So even when confronted with actual, verifiable, factual evidence, he literally cannot even contend with reality. It's honestly awesome. It's fucking awesome. What a phenomenal W, man. Let's just say Donald Trump is on an absolute tear right now. So first, I have to show you how he's torching NATO, and all of NATO is losing their mind because, wow, we can't be cucks anymore in today's economy.
So this woman in this clip was going about her business, getting herself a coffee when she misgendered this guy, girl, guy, don't know. And this is what happened.
Absolutely not. Don't ever call me transphobic. Ever. You do not know me.
You're being transphobic, Karen.
Do not call me transphobic.
It's always in Starbucks.
I want a refund.
You're not having one, dude.
What an absolute muppet. A screaming match at a Starbucks in England has added heat to the transgender debate. In the viral Twitter clip, an employee calls a customer transphobic and a Karen for apparently misgendering her. It's a him, right?
You
Whoa! Wow. In the viral Twitter clip, an employee calls a customer transphobic and a Karen for apparently misgendering her. It's a him, right?
you
Whoa! Wow. Well, the loving and accepting, ladies and gentlemen. Straight away after shouting in that woman's face, just gunned for this guy. I guess you can't escape the testosterone kicking in, can you?
We're getting ready to get the heck out of the United States, and this is our last day in Nashville. And over the weekend, we had a goodbye party and say goodbye to all of our friends. And then today is the last day my daughter's going to see her best friend.
Okay.
And they say goodbye to her parents.
We don't give a shit. See you later.
Okay, I'm making this video,
Ball nose ring.
if you saw my last video, I might be repeating
Julianne789, hey.
Absolutely fried from all of this.
Hey, how's it going?
I
Julianne789, how is
just
it going?
want to
It's going
give some
alright.
direction and try to figure out what we're gonna do next, because I can't stay here anymore.
Julianne789, it's going good.
And social climate of America, I can't afford anything. Not to mention
I'm just wondering why this isn't taking so long to load.
And even if, because I do have a fiance, even if we did plan to get married,
Julianne789, can you please record this stream?
Recognized by the
It is recording.
Government in the U.S. or
all my streams automatically record.
But I did want to make this video kind of explaining like what
I set that up a while ago.
A couple of other things that I feel are not helpful, and a couple of things that I feel.
All right, here we go.
Terrified of the political climate when it doesn't go their way. Yet again, these people just coping on social media.
Julianne789 tried to record one 5 hours long and upload it on the link.
Oi,
yeah, I could do that.
At Starbucks, and
I'll probably end up doing that one today.
Like I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but like I really want to.
Wear a crash helmet, mate.
And I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cut on the floor. It's just.
Julianne789, thank you.
I get scheduled for 25 hours a week, and then on weekends they schedule me the entire day, open to close. I'm on the schedule for 8.5 hours, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm like 3.5 hours into my shift. There's so many customers, and we have 4 people on the floor all day. Only 5 people were put on the schedule, and somebody had to call out. And there are 4 people running the whole store, and there's so many customers, and there's possibly scheduled 5 people. We only have 13 people employed at this store, and there's so many customers. I'm like, you're good. We don't have fair scheduling. Managers don't care about us. Our manager was supposed to come in this weekend, and he took himself off the schedule, so he wouldn't be able to be held accountable for calling out. He just literally tore down the schedule that he was scheduled on and put up a new schedule where he wasn't on the schedule. Also, he couldn't have even seen that he was scheduled in the first place because he didn't want to be held accountable for not wanting to come in.
Wow.
They don't want to help us. We need a union because this can't happen. This can't happen. We need fair scheduling. We need managers to hold themselves accountable for helping their workers. They refuse to turn mobile orders off. We need the liberty to be able to do that. And I need to get through all of them.
You're in here early.
Yelling at me because I don't have the orders ready. I don't know what to do. And the customer was misgendering me tonight, like really bad.
Here
I
we
didn't have the
go.
order ready. And so they were just like talking like each other, and they're like, she's clearly incompetent. I have a full mustache and beard. What the fuck? I don't get accommodations.
This is funny, man.
I don't. I can't. Like I. Most of the time, I don't even know what to do anymore. I'm like at my wits' end with this job. I really am.
No disrespect to the people that work at Starbucks, but these people just at that place.
Oh, morning cough.
It's always at Starbucks. And I don't know why. This guy, girl, don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. This person thinks that TikTok gives a shit. Well, newsflash, mate. Stop being a flipping wet wipe and do your job, mate.
It's terrible and inhumane. It's deplorable that the U.S. president is doing that.
I think it's awful, really. Just to send people back after they had a life here.
That number sounds crazy.
I'm speechless.
Ships under your eyes, all together. Hey guys, this is Matt Miller just lay it upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you've got so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now, come here, all you sailors bold, and listen to me tell. Oh, sadly pity me, for I was already full in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the
Why are people so for illegal immigration being a thing? Why are people so like they're rooting for it? I don't understand it.
Democrats have said that this is inhumane, it's unprecedented. Trump has already 2.1 million illegal immigrants. What is your take on that?
Just lay upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you've got so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more.
The Democrats are saying that it's
When I steered
unprecedented,
into
it's
her,
even
no, I
illegal.
hadn't got
Do you
a
agree with that?
care. I was cruising up and down Old Cannon Place. She was dressed in a gown so fine, like a prayer on the line.
It's deplorable that the U.S. president is doing that to his own citizens currently.
And a lot of experts out there have said that this is unprecedented, this is illegal. Agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I had to pawn me, so
Trump has deported 400,000 and 1.6 million were self-deported. So much more self-deported. Does that change? Are you still speechless or disturbed by Obama?
I'm speechless because of the way
Damn it.
he's doing it. It's inhumane, it's disrespectful, and I think a lot of it may be illegal.
How is it different than the way...
Hang on, make it make sense. A lot of it may be illegal, what they're doing to people committing crimes, which is illegal, and they're in a country illegally. But how the officers are removing them might be illegal. These people make 0 sense.
Obama is doing it, in your view. Because Obama used ICE to deport people, families,
And I couldn't speak on that because I don't have the information.
But in your mind, how is it different? What Obama in any way?
President Trump is very self-centered, egotistical, and seems beyond the rule of law.
But I don't understand. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You said it was substantial, it was bad that Trump deported 400,000, but...
It's not the number, it's the process. How is Trump doing this?
He's using ICE.
He's rounding up people, sending them to countries that they didn't come from. He is sending in the National Guard.
That's how deportation works.
In ways that people have asked him not to, but he doesn't listen.
Well, that's a separate matter because that's dealing with crime and activists, protesters, and people.
In Chicago, he says that they should be locked up because they're not protecting ICE.
Yeah,
this just shows how stupid a lot of these people are, because even when they're presented with the facts of the situation, they still...
come on!
They still are in Lulu land. These people are just... They live in a different universe to me. So I saw this video, a couple of you guys sent me this. Hostile Pride staff tried to bully us off the sidewalk. What?
You guys cannot be out here like this.
Out where? On the sidewalk?
No, you need to get the f out of here.
God damn it!
Yeah, you cannot be recording me. I do not want to be
They always look like this, don't they?
You're in public. No, this is actually a neighborhood settlement. Where are you right now? Public sidewalk.
Yep.
But you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not. Haha.
Yeah, she engaged us.
If you're staying on the sidewalk, they can report all this. There's no expectation of privacy out here.
Oh shit.
Oh man, this ought to be good.
I'm out of gunpowder.
Pride Fest, huh? People are paying $15. 17 and under are free. I bet they are. I bet they are. Yikes. Why do people take kids to places like that? Cinema, bowling? Surely that's a better option, ain't it? Man, that's a lot of dodgy hard drives right there.
The Popos is looking over.
The Pride Police. Yeah, they're in public. Not a lot of people know that, but this guy has every right to do that.
If you're looking for prey,
That's the most interesting part, I find. Kids under 17 go free. I bet. Like that little lad, why does he need to be there? Why? Is there anything there kids can do? I don't get it. They've got their own police force circling the area. That's crazy.
Modeling their own things, and they're like, you see the guy sitting on the back, he's like beating some ropes or something. Wait, look. I know.
Here come the Pride Police. The Rainbow Rangers.
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning.
Here we go. In public, bear in mind.
She rises, way up, she rises early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way up, she rises, way up, she rises, way up.
Why don't they want them recording? That's what I don't understand. If everything they're doing there is perfectly fine, it's a family thing, it's all love and peace and all that, then why can't people film? And they're filming from outside. Weird.
She rises, way up, she rises, way up, she rises early in the morning. Way up, she rises, way up, she rises, way up, she rises early in the morning.
Why are these people always weird?
Once again, as I was a-rolling down Paradise Street, way blow the man down, a handsome flag. last packet I chanced for to meet.
People trying to watch.
Give me some time to load
Shit.
the man down. This spanking's last
Well, why
packet,
did you approach
she
him then?
said until me.
Who did these people think they are? And I know I keep looking over here, I can't help it. I've recently got a second screen, so I can see all my recording stuff going on. Who do these people think they are? Seriously.
Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Blow the man down.
Okay.
Blow him right over to Liverpool.
Why are you here?
Town. Give me some time to blow the man down. This dandy full rigger to London was bound.
Hey, hey, blow the man down.
She was very well rigged and very well found. Give me some time to blow the man down. So I packed up my sea bags and signed
Can someone explain to me what these people do at these shows? Like, what's the point in them? And why do they always want kids in there? Because what are they doing? And why are police inside it? Why are police inside it? I don't understand that. Why are there loads of coppers in there circling around in vehicles? Is that police?
Ah, shit.
Please, don't tell me they're going to side with these two Muppets. Please tell me.
So they're going to tell you that you can't do anything.
I hope they do say that.
Oh, that's not good.
Right. You approached him. Nah, you're a woman, alright.
She said we have to.
Why can they never approach anybody and be polite? I've just noticed that girl on the right, I think it's a girl, bull nose ring, of course. But why can't these people be civil and respectful? They never can. They just walk up to them and get their way.
What the fuck?
They just never come across polite ever.
I'd like them to get away from us.
That's fine.
That's what's
They're
going
on the
on.
public road too.
Of course. No discrimination. Just want them to be clear on what is in the law.
And it sounds like you guys are clear on what's allowed.
Yeah, we know.
That was a pointless conversation. I mean, they already knew that. They were just trying to be difficult.
This guy.
Yeah, we have no plans on it.
Some people, when they hold the radio, they think they're like some sort of next level security. Like holding the radio just gets to their head, like they're something.
Good job learning it.
They have the audacity to call other people weird. Wow.
Thank you.
Check their hard drives as well, guys. Oh, they're not happy. Well. Why in the blue hell are people taking their kids to this? I can't wrap my head around that. Why are they doing that? I don't... get it.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah, and they approach them as well. $10 to get in, that's crazy. Man, who in their right mind is taking their kids to that? Let's be honest. No real man has ever said, I'm a boy. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Wow. I don't understand. Why are police there? That's what I don't get. Why are the police inside? Like, loads of them circling around. Weird. And if it's so amazing, family friendly, why aren't people allowed to take photos and video? That's what most families do on days out, don't they?
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Get it! Move!
Losing it. Let's start.
Enemy ship's gone, Captain!
Losing it, including this woman. She is connected to Hassan, and here she drops several new pronouns. I'm not sure the ever-expanding African community is ready for this.
When the budget was released, I was shocked to find out that Prime Minister Carney carried $70 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and our Indigenous relations. They provided $0 to the ongoing genocide of MMIWGTS LGBTQIA+. This is abhorrent. This is callous.
That, of course, stands for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, two-spirit, lesbian,
Ready on the guns!
Christian, intersex, and asexual people, plus, where's the plus? That's fantastic, Leah, but doesn't go far enough. Can you please try to be a little bit more inclusive and include the SWALT, CTWTI, GMI, CWMADC, please? And of course, unless you're some filthy bigot, you know that stands for slow workers allowed to abuse community together, Italians who get mad if you order coffee with milk after dinner community plus. Please, let's just try to be inclusive. Now to CNN, which has been hysterical for weeks now, trying to whip up anti-American sentiment and carrying on like Iran is winning the war. Here they get.
See, I'm gonna change my hours to 8 o'clock, because, like, nobody even shows up till then.
Like booing the guy on.
What's going on, y'all? Let's check out this video from More Pegasus channel, right, where he's gonna be speaking on Hassan and his nasty debate that he had at Yale. See, Hassan Piker is a grifter, and he says a lot of foul things, but now that he's trying to influence the youth with his foul logic, it's gonna be bad. Let's take a look, see what's happening in these streets. Don't forget to hit that hype button or that like button.
Welcome back to a series so traitorous. Even shoulder pad Piker subscribed. In today's video, Hassan continues his campaign to
Shoulder pad Piker is crazy. That's a wild name. That's a name wilder than Diddy Piker, but still wild.
reach the kids with his politics. This time he's gone to Yale University and is talking about the end of the American empire. The Yale audience is a mixed bag of Hassan glazers and Hassan haters who constantly hiss at him like he's a snake. He starts off his speech making a joke about threatening to murder a U.S. senator. Very classy. He then talks about how evil America is and how defeating the Nazis was actually a bad thing. Bruh. He's now doubling down on his statement supporting the USSR and Joseph Stalin. 20 million people killed, by the way. Absolutely. He admits they were a ruthless authoritarian dictatorship, but somehow justifies it, saying that it's better than American outcomes. He then quotes another one of his favorite people, Chairman Mao. A student absolutely destroys Hassan. Mr. Beast is being called out by streamers Jinxie and XQC for his previous awkward Team Water stream.
Nasty work for sure. We're gonna check that out in a different video though. Different segment. We're gonna focus on the Mr. Beast stuff, which I've looked into, and it's pretty nasty.
Now let's begin. Right, so Hassan is continuing his campaign to appeal to the youth, going to colleges to give his classic Diddy Piper speeches. So in case you missed last time, he basically went to Stanford University and he was crying because they reduced his venue size.
This literally was a 1,000 person venue that was fucking sold out. They swapped it to a 350 person venue instead.
He was also introduced by a guy with criminal charges, and he was a big fan of Hassan, of course.
I myself am one of 11 students and alumni of Stanford University who are currently facing 3 years in prison on 2 felony counts for sitting at the university president's office.
Why are you there?
Order up.
The hell? Wait, Nelson Mandela get your ass off stage. Yo, let me work that. I'd be like, excuse me? Excuse me, sir. Come down real quick. Yeah, let's not even embarrass yourself in the building.
Well, that brings us to today. He's now at Ivy League school, and he's debating the American Empire. So Hassan is obviously on the anti-America side, the pro-terrorist side, the pro-communism side, and he's glazing a bunch of dictators here.
To Yale Union, where we are going to be participating in a debate. The debate is its resolution.
Quite contentious, it seems, that there were a lot of people that didn't want me to come here today and speak to all of you.
Damn it.
That's right.
Yo, they ain't hissing like he part of Slytherin from Harry Potter.
I know what that means now.
Right, so basically they are hissing, which is kind of like booing the guy on stage. In SpongeBob terms, this would be like throwing rotten tomatoes at them, right? And I mean it totally fits because Hassan is a snake. Even XQC's chat calls him Hassan. So yeah, you know, shout out to the few people with common sense there. Although a lot of them are surrounded by idiots.
Shoujo.
Unfortunately. So anyways, he decides
What are you doing?
to start his speech, instantly making
How you doing? I saw you wink at me.
Senator and political opponent of his that you might remember.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it.
You get it, guys, because Hassan threatened to murder him.
That's disgusting. What type of time is he on, bro? Like, what? This dude is crazy. And then he's sitting there just, yeah, he couldn't be, yo, man, oh man, yeah, that's nasty song worthy. You nasty as ever, bro. We might have to.
Oh, there's a blind spot in my can.
This will be the last time you.
God damn it!
Work. Just going out his way to be nasty.
That's the joke. That's the funny. That Hassan issues death threats regularly. That's the funny part. Isn't that peak comedy, guys? So again, let's just reiterate, right? Hassan has the audacity to call half of America terrorists, as he was doing last video, when he's out here issuing death threats and just laughing about the situation here without an apology at all. And obviously, Hassan never does anything himself, right? Some insane person in his audience actually takes action on behalf of him, and then Hassan just walks free. Of course, course, in a previous video, we also unearthed that he actually threatened Charlie Kirk's life as well, and then a couple years later, he happened to get assassinated. No connection there, just saying that, hey, Hassan threatens to murder someone, and then that person ends up dying. And obviously,
Yeah, not saying it's a blatant connection, but if we found out that there was, I wouldn't be surprised. Dealing with Hassan Piker, yeah, you definitely couldn't be surprised with that.
Obviously, there's no one-to-one connection. There probably never will be, because this is how Hassan slides by with his dangerous rhetoric, right? He just says this violent, unhinged shit. He keeps escalating, and then he just jokes about it. And I find it interesting that he's having a debate here at Yale, because when he loses a debate, he literally threatens to murder the other person. So I wonder what he's going to say to these students here. So then, like a classic comedian, you know, recycling his jokes, Hassan here does his classic spiel, talks about how shit America is and gets some claps.
I'm sure you had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I will be talking about today. And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. But it's an interesting resolution. End the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? Because that's the situation with the American empire as it stands today. But the United States, fueled by anti-communist fervor, turned against its former ally, the Soviet Union. This next phase of the American empire was structured as a world competition between Washington and Moscow. Everywhere the United States looked, found communists under the floorboards, under the beds, both real and imagined. And naturally, this anti-communist struggle went hand in hand with American imperial interest.
Yeah, I mean, hilarious. So, Hassan talks about hallucinating communism when these regimes were obviously communist, openly communist. And I find it interesting he's talking about hallucinating when this guy sees Israel in his cereal and in his balls. Brother, you blamed shocking your dog on Israel. You blame random peanut VTubers making fun of you, saying they're made in an Israeli lab.
That's facts, bro. This dude has
Motherfucker.
If you sneeze in his direction, he's gonna be like, "You work for Israel, don't you?" Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. You was an Israel spy. You set me up this whole time. You're an Israel spy. You've been watching me. I seen you and Al for a while. I was in the supermarket. Why'd you sneeze? Israel. That's what he'll do. This nasty work for sure. What do you say about the peanut?
Oh, this is the number one streamer of Israel. Israel's finest.
You're an absolute fucking clown who is always projecting. Every single word out of his mouth is insane projection. And you know, I'm at least glad that unlike some of the other universities, at least there's a mix of hisses and claps here. I mean, this is a debate, so I understand that there's people that will be disagreeing with him. That's at least a good start, except we know that Hassan is not going to be listening to them at all, right? Goes in one ear and out the other. He's basically only there to recruit more people to his cult. And you guys actually let me know that these other universities also have a bunch of people that don't like him. They just don't show up to the speech, right? Which is understandable. Like, I probably wouldn't show up to a speech, alright? You probably have better things to do. I'd probably look it up for content.
Facts. I would rather watch paint dry. Literally.
Why are you fucking turning? Yeah, fuck. Oh my god.
Right, or be somebody
I hit the wrong buttons.
I still probably wouldn't want to go, if I'm just being honest. He don't change anything. He is a pure grifter. Debating Hassan is like going to go debate Dr. Umar. Proving nothing. These guys, in one ear, out the other. We need more money. Or be a capitalist, but pretend to be a socialist.
On my YouTube channel, but that's about it. So then he talks about the many evils of America, and then proceeds to glaze a bunch of like communist dictatorships.
From Europe to East Asia.
I wonder how much you got paid to speak at Yale. Nobody's asking that. Why not? Did nobody ask why? How much?
Start converting our swords into plowshares. At the end of World War II, we dropped atom bombs, 2 of them to be exact, to show the rest of the world that we had that capacity to change the tides of history in an irreparable manner.
Oh, son of a bitch.
We helped out Nazi and Japanese war criminals. We became the
Oh,
monsters that
I
we
hate to
supposedly
fucking lay down with Q.
What Americans call the Cold War, was, to most of the people on the planet, an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last.
Yeah, you know, Hassan, you would actually have a point if you were remotely consistent at all, right? You can criticize, like, the intervention America does. You can talk about the evils and dropping bombs and how bad war is and everything. The only thing is, it only makes sense if you denounce evils in other places too. But when it comes to all these communist dictatorships, Hassan basically just hand waves them, right?
Yeah, he really went to his stylist and they was like, what you thinking? What you got in your mind for this award ceremony? He's like, dictator. They was like, no, for real, man. What you really got on your mind? What you thinking, man? You want to do like a nice little suit? He was like, no, dictator. They was like, all right, here you go. There you go. This is nasty work. Yikes.
He goes, well, actually, they're doing a great job, which is why I'm going on a humanitarian mission here, obviously. The thing is, if Hassan actually cared about civilians dying, he would, first and foremost, before anything, condemn the terrorist groups that he loves so much. So when I hear all this talk by Hassan going, oh yeah, America is so bad, or they're so evil, they're the most evil regime apparently, they're a terrorist organization, I'm really just waiting for him to be consistent, right? To show that he actually does care about oppression, because you can criticize a bunch of things, but it's a complete scapegoat for Hassan. It's a complete lie. It's basically a means of deflection, right? And the one thing you'll never do is honest comparisons, right? This is the guy who tries to say that North Korea is not a dictatorship. The guy who glazes the USSR, as we'll get to in a second as well. You know, 10 to 20 million people dying, completely hand wave. And I find it interesting, you see a guy who makes a tweet and immediately say, this person Hitler, but then when there are these dictators legitimately who have already killed, this isn't a tweet or anything, they've already killed tens of millions of people, those are hand wave. I just don't understand, like, you have to be consistent there. You know, the more I see Hassan in these sort of settings, I have a feeling that he might actually try to run for office later in his life. Like
Weston Kalab and Grylugan.
Potentially America's next dictator, like straight up.
What?
You know, he always says that he has no political aspirations.
Collab
right,
on
now,
what?
But I think it's a bait and switch, right? Trying to get people to leave him alone while he quietly builds up this cultish army and tries to basically destroy the entire world.
I do not disagree with that.
Collab on what?
Yeah, he's plotting. Especially if it like aligns with lining his pockets up, right? He over there making money. He could like just fill up his pockets with as much dough as yeah, 100%. I do think that's what type of time he's on.
Unironically, Hassan the cartoon villain's plan, which will never come to fruition, obviously, but like he's comically evil. So
get the fuck out of the doorway, you goddamn asshole!
Right? Because
oh my god.
I guess. So the guy calling everybody Nazis is an insult, right? Zionist Nazis, actually, right? He is now playing.
I gotta get this shit out of here.
How are you doing?
Really be surprised.
I'm getting pissed off at that guy.
Packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. What was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have?
Oh my god, why am I not picking this up?
So that we could have the rest of the world to ourselves. The war that began in 1939 ended. But in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders, Roosevelt lost the war. The real victor was Adolf Hitler. It is my personal opinion that the contemporary world is moved by the ideas that served as the foundation on which Hitler rose to power. Yo. 70 years later.
Get out of the goddamn doorway! Fucking retard!
In place after place, time after time, the United States can never settle down its imperial bloodlust, this forever hunt for manifest destiny.
Holy shit! Every time I turn around, that guy's fucking standing in the doorway.
Massacres of the early United States to the 20th century, killing fields that we have created in the third world.
Of course, you know, I guess America shouldn't have defeated the Nazis. They should have.
Wow. See, now, I told y'all we was gonna end up doing a double tap, right?
Yeah, yeah. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, you nasty. You nasty fam, yeah. You know your name, you.
Yikes. Yo, defending Mustache Man is a whole nother level of nasty. That's nasty to the core. Like, I don't understand why he would say that. Oh, because it's Hassan. Yeah, never mind. Because he's definitely has no morals. He's corrupt. This dude will say whatever. Extreme could get him attention, money, all of. My bad. I forgot who he was dealing with for a second. Defending Mustache Man. That is nuts.
Should have let them win, actually. I mean, they do share an ideology with Hassan and his terrorist buddies, right? Both extremely anti-Semitic, right? I mean, I imagine in the multiverse, in an alternate timeline, Hassan is like this president, right? Evil dictator or whatever. Sneeko is his right-hand man. Truly the darkest timeline ever. We gotta make sure that doesn't happen in our reality by spreading the message that Hassan is a colossal regard. Also, just a side note, but the hissing crowd is really dedicated. Like, they did it the entire speech. They didn't even stop at all. And I will say it is annoying as hell, but to be honest, so are the flippin' clappers who glaze them after every 5 words. So I guess in that sense, it's warranted. By the way, who decided this stupid ass like debate culture where you clap after every line or something? Like, just wait till the end of the speech or something. It's so annoying. Like, I never get it. Anyways, moving on to the main part here where Hassan talks about the USSR. And this is the part that's going viral on Twitter. So remember a while back, Hassan said that it's unfortunate that America defeated the USSR. Obviously because he's pro-communism, he's pro-dictator.
We didn't defeat them, they failed.
We are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately.
Well, so now he addresses that clip, and in classic...
We just outlasted the USSR.
Right? So he could have said, it was in the heat of the moment, it was a mistake, I didn't mean it. Right?
By like 100 years, too.
Bro's like, him bad, but Stalin though, big man actually. Hassan explains why the fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century at his Yale speech.
It's Zoran Mamdani's election victory night party. I was interviewed by a media outlet where I said, we defeated the USSR and the USSR dissolved, unfortunately. This was quite the controversial statement at the time. Fox News still loves repeating this soundbite. And some Democrats also channel that frustration as well. They say, how dare you, Hassan? The USSR was our enemy. They were ruthless, authoritarian. The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree.
Okay, hold up. So, before we hear the reasoning here, right? Let me just make it clear. Hassan is doubling down here, despite admitting and acknowledging that they were a ruthless, authoritarian dictatorship. He isn't even denying that they were bad, right? You know, when he was talking about North Korea in the past, he would say that, no, Western leaders are infinitely worse, right? He would try to say that, no, North Korea isn't actually that bad. Here he's going, oh no, they actually were bad guys. This is basically the logic of, Hitler was bad guys, but...
Nah, that's blatantly what he's doing. That's nasty work. Like, whoa, what type of time is Hassan on, bro? I'm telling you, that's why you gotta treat him like a clown from my personal experience. Like, don't take him serious at all, man. That's what I do to anyone who acts like Hassan in life. Do not take him serious. Treat him like a clown. Wave him off like a fart. Seriously, you can call him out. Because for some reason, they are the greatest locals ever. Hassan is a piece of crap. That's my personal opinion. Let me know what yours in the comment section. I'll be reading the comments. I'll be reading the comments.
Starting with bad guys. What? Yeah, so just in case you guys didn't know, around 10 to 20 million people were killed by the Soviet regime. You know, there was the Gulag, obviously, very famous. The famines, there was the Great Purge. So here we have Hassan, literally, unironically, supporting mass murder, right? Hand-waving all of this. Meanwhile, he also simultaneously goes, genocide that, right? This is why nobody believes you, Hassan. You're a massive fucking hypocrite. You hand-wave murder because it's done by communists, apparently, but then you have the audacity to talk about Israel. You don't actually care at all about civilians. Now, I haven't watched his next part. Let me guess his reasoning. Okay? Stalin bad, because America, right? But America, though. But America worse, right? Let's see.
Maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself like a 7 out of 10 for that one. You know, close enough. So the reason is because America and apparently uncontested, right? And apparently that is the worst case scenario for Hassan. He can't imagine.
Hassan's hate for America is insane, bro. That's part of the grift too as well. Yeah, he's gonna be here and benefit off of America, but America's the most evil thing in the world. Why are you here? You go somewhere else. You got the money, thanks to America's resources. Go somewhere else, bro. You're not happy. This guy's crazy.
Anything worse than America having power, right? So the implication is it would still be better if the USSR was in power, the communist was in power, the dictators were actually ruling the world. So unironically, according to Hassan, his ideal world would be a communist paradise ruled by dictators. I assume Hassan would be leader. He would shock all dogs, right? No dog would be free. Every dog would be captured and shot. Shock collar installed, because he's an animal abuser. He would shut off.
This 20 years or more, but now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. By raging storms and tempests, shipwreck 3 times I've been, and many a bloody battle upon the seas I've seen. I've seen the cannons glaring flash, I've heard its thunderous roar, though now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. Should hostile fleets adventure upon the raging main, true hearts of oak, we British tars will push to sea again, and bravely bring their ships to port as we have done before. So help us now while we're in want upon our native shore. Come pity gentle strangers, a luckless British tar. In your defense,
they don't dance. They just sing.
come lend some kind assistance, and heaven will bless your store. For I'm turned adrift to start upon my native shore. Way, hey, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, hey, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that I love nearly. Bully down in Shinbo now.
Move. Oh, I better. I'm gonna need wood. Like how I got here first thing in the morning, too. Seriously, I want one more stick, and I don't want to have to chop down a tree. Look at this little pool of water. That's pretty cool. Well, look how high I can get it. Alright, now we're ready to explore the island. I need gunpowder. Looking for gunpowder. Anybody see any gunpowder? What's that over there? A lot of dodos on this island. Sweet potatoes. Wait a minute, I'm not even on the right island? Where the fuck am I? I'm in just some random island. Well, I don't want to be here. Yoink. Yoink. Yoink, 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 yoink. Come on, yoink. Yoink. Oh, I want to take this with, because this is a terrible place. It's a stupid island. It's probably got treasure on it buried somewhere, but it's a stupid island. Come on, lads. We're going elsewhere. Sing us a jaunty tune.
We don't give a damn when the gale is done, how hard the winds did blow. 'Cause we're homeward bound, it's a grand old sound, on a good ship taut and free. And we don't give a damn when we drink our rum, but the girls of old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. How soft the breeze of the tropical seas, now the ice is far astern. And the native maids in the island glades are awaiting our return. Even now their big black eyes look out, hoping some fine day to see our baggy sails running for the gales, rolling down to old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. All at once, oh, whiskey is the life of man. Oh, whiskey, Johnny, I drink whiskey when I can. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Oh, whiskey, Johnny, whiskey from an old tin can. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Oh, whiskey made me on my glow. Oh, whiskey, Johnny, whiskey gave me this red nose. Whiskey for my Johnny. Whiskey here and whiskey there. Oh, whiskey, Johnny. A whiskey everywhere. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. All together, come all you bold young thoughtless men, oh, and take by me, and never leave your happy homes to sail the raging sea. For I have plowed the raging main this 20 years or more, but now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. By raging storms and tempests, shipwrecked 3 times I've been, and many a bloody battle upon the seas I've seen. I've seen the cannon's glaring flash, I've heard its thunderous roar, though now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. Should hostile fleets e'er venture upon the raging main, true hearts of oak, we British tars will push to sea again, and bravely bring their ships to port as we have done before. So help us now while we're in want upon our native shore. Come pity the strangers, a luckless British tar. In your defense he may have hurled the thunderbolts of war. Come lend some kind assistance, and heaven will bless your store. For now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. Yay, boys! Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that I love nearly. Bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbo now. For 7 long years I courted little Sally, way, bully in the alley, but all she did was dilly and dally, bully down in Shinbo. Hands to Judy!
looks like the highest point right there. Oh, I'm out of resources. Alright, well. So far, so good. Fuck, I don't have any rounds. Now would be a good time to have one. Yeah, that's what you get. Alright, what am I doing here now? Oh, look, prickly pears. This is aloe. Alright. That's got to be good for something. Well, appears to be some kind of fort or some kind of something over here. A point of interest. Some sort of camp. I don't like those wolves. Well, there's a wolf over there. There's two wolves over there. Oh, dude! Get off of me! Oh. Oh, dude. No. Get up. Get up. Get up. Come on. Oh, God damn it. Damn it! Get up! I don't know how to avoid that jump, man. Oh my god. Only 2 fucking hides from that fucker, too. I better get something that doesn't suck for this. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Come on, get up. Fucking cinematics. Everything's got to be fucking drawn out. Dude, when he gets up, make it look like his back hurts. Fucking just pop out of bed, man. It's one thing that really pisses me off about fucking GTA 6. I don't need bubbles in my beer. I need to play GTA 6, man. You're putting too much detail into it. Just fucking make a good game, dude. Goddamn, 6th map. These guys are some map-leaving motherfuckers. Holy shit. Only 2 hides, man, huh? This looks like a shitty neighborhood, man. Gunpowder crates. I like the sound of that. Where is it? Wait, look at this joint. Oh! Oh, there's two of yous, huh? Hey, what's up? Wow, this game's gotten really fucking hard all of a sudden. But I want to be down there to fucking... I need to find iron, man, so I can upgrade shit. I got all the way down to this island. I've gotten to the foothills. I'd like to find a mine down here so I could find some iron. There's got to be a mine on this island somewhere. I think I gotta fucking level up myself up too. Oh, I did level up. Cool. I killed 4 already. That's and everything is fucking as leveled up as I possibly get it too. I need to get iron. I don't like the sound of that. What the fuck was that? Whoa! Okay, that's some kind of deer or something. Like a rock. Alright, let's just find the mine. That's all I'm concerned about. This has got to be it in the middle of the island. God damn. A lot of noises on this island that are scaring the crap out of me. Shoujo, why are you being an asshole? I think I need to get her a new tree. There's tomatoes here. Dude, that thing... I think that thing's trying to get hostile with me. Oh, god damn it. Get up! I hate getting knocked down in games, man. It looks very hard to traverse, man. I can't see because fucking Shoujo's in the way. There, I can see now. Shoujo's in her asshole hour. So she's being an asshole. Okay, this looks like it could be a mine. It is a mine. Alright. Let's get some iron. Can I get up here? Where's the entrance to this joint? Wow. Is that the entrance to this joint? How the fuck? How in the... There, over there. Get up. Ah! Oh! He jumped me from behind. You see that? God damn. Go! Run! Oh my god, you idiot! Come on, come on, come on. Let me look at that. The healing herbs. I don't know where to get those. All I want is some iron. You're getting me killed by goats. This place is a lot harder, man. Oh, fuck off. Try to stick to the high ground. Oh, that's a key discovery. I would have thought the goats would have been a little more passive, but apparently not. Apparently they're just pricks. I should start building a secondary home here. Blah. What is this? Hello. Here we go. No. That's bullshit. Motherfucker just standing there. I'm only on my first cup. I've been trying to get into this iron mine here. I'm kind of assuming I need the same amount of iron as I do copper. What is this? What is this? Okay. A whole lot of stuff I don't know what it is, man. Let's switch these two. Where did I get this? How did I end up with 2 shovels? I don't want that. I'm not going to be able to carry as much iron ore as I wanted to. Alright, I'm gonna work with this right now. I think I have enough for... Oh, there's some right fucking there. I didn't even have to go all the way down there. Zoop, spoop. Alright, I gotta head northwest. Wait, let me get out my sword in case I run into trouble. I wonder why the wolves and the goats get along so well on this island. They both hate me. Oh, fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck. I would love for somebody to teach me how to make gunpowder. Whoa. Shut up, goat. Nobody asked your opinion. There's like an X, like literally right next to me. Yeah, we're coming over here. Oh, I only need 3. Alright. What am I gonna make? 13. Lucky 13! Let that work for a while. put that in there. Alright. I need a few more resources here, or crates, so... Fuck it, we're just doing them all. We'll put another crate. Oh, I didn't take them out of the workbench. That's why. Alright. Put a crate right there. Crate right there. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting them a new one.
Coffee to function properly.
I might look that up later and get them a new tower. Alright, man. I got 4. How many do I need to upgrade my sword? Let's figure that out. I need smithing flux. Oh, all my cash is on the boat. Can I do it from here? I think I get that. Way the fuck over here. I need smithing flux.
You didn't sail in here on sea turtles, did you? Tell me some good news.
No.
I've got the Brethren's finest equipment. Just for you, pal. Still working, still building. I have everything you need for a good hunt.
How about somebody that sells fucking smithing flux? How about that? How about someone useful? Is that too much to ask for?
These came from deep.
There you go. My buddy right here. Take 5 for now. Alright. might even have more. See? Think. Alright, that changes a lot. Where the fuck do I get an anvil? Holy Jesus, jumping Jehoshaphat. I'm gonna have to drop off all this shit. Not that. That. Alright, let's go fill up on iron, because we're going to need a lot of it. Probably shouldn't have wasted the... Oh, you dick! Oh, my God! Jesus Christ. I hate this tiny keyboard. I thought I would get used to it, but I'm not. Fucking, I'm going around this way. I just saw something move right there. Oh, god damn it! Give me that look. You know I don't like you climbing on my shit. Bullshit! Tell me a goat has an attack I can't dodge. Fucking bullshit. Fuckity fuck fuck. Look, they got a couple guys guarding my thing. It's only a level 2, huh? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. You fucking goddamn kidding me. Oh my god. Get the fuck up. Get the fuck up. I hate you gotta walk away from the bed. Just so I gotta come back here and get my fucking... Where are you at? You fucking liar. Alright, that's gonna take a while. I guess I can hop on my ship and go get that.
Yep. Call all hands to man the capstan. See the cable run down clear. Heave away and with the will, boys. For Tortuga we will steer. And we'll sing in joyful chorus in the watches of the night. And we'll sight shores of Tortuga when the great dawn brings the light. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home. the sea, rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home, dear land to thee. Up aloft amid the rigging.
Well, where's your monkey? Huh? Come here, you. Why are you being such a terror this morning, huh?
And the wild waves cleft behind us seem to murmur as they flow. There are loving hearts that wait you.
Why can't you be a sweet little girl, huh? You gotta be a monster.
Rolling home across the sea, rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home to land to thee. Many thousand miles behind us, many thousand miles before, ancient ocean heaves to waft us to the well-remembered shore. Cheer up, Jack, bright smiles await you from the fairest of the fair, and her loving eyes will greet you with kind welcomes everywhere. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home. Hold your tongues.
Getting attacked by undead crabs. Might as well stock up on food while I'm here. Buried over here somewhere. That doesn't look so good. But I guess this is the spot here. Really much else here. Cayenne peppers, where? Right there. Is there another one? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Where the hell am I going? Dude's a sailor. You'd think he's be a better swimmer. There it is. Oh, we're gonna hit the shore. We're gonna hit shore. Do it. I knew it. Only 19. Let's see what kind of food I can make. Well, I can make coffee. What do I need for coffee? What is this? Cane sugar. Let's make 5 of these. $24 of these. And give me a sec. Let me make all my food. Holy shit, I can make 100 of these. That's what I'm doing. Wait, hang on. There's got to be something. Yeah, see, there's other shit I could be using. Oh, that's what I need. Give me one more second here. Okay, I guess we'll spark. I'm gonna start listening to videos too, because I'm gonna be working around the base here.
Off all social media because it's out of context.
Oh, this is the funniest shit on the internet. We gotta watch this.
Was that a ferret?
A what? Wait, a ferret?
Was that a ferret?
That's some kind of weird dog.
Was that a ferret? Jesus, bro, they tase this guy, and he just pulls it off? Oh my god. He just runs away. Wow. Jesus, man. 99 barbarian. Look how big this guy is. They're zapping him, and he just walks forward.
It's like an episode of Benny Hill.
The guy hits him. He doesn't even notice it. Jesus. That'll be like 6'4". Yeah, it's a big boy. Adrenaline, yeah. 2 guys, too. Oh my god. What are the cops doing? That's embarrassing, isn't it? The cables are still on. He didn't give a fuck. Yeah, this is insane, man. They reduced the taser voltage in Britain from 50K down to 1K by law. police officers, the switch to the lower voltage taser is in current development. It was formally approved by the Home Secretary in 2000. Wait, it's true. Voltage maximum to 1,000 compared to 50,000 initial arc on the older models. Okay, so what? Son used to shot his dog. Wait a second. Wait a second. I gotta understand this. Okay, so 900. So basically, so this is literally like it's a vibrator. Yeah, is that from 1,000 is just a tickle? I don't know. I don't think I've really been electrocuted before. I have no idea. It can exceed 1,000 T10. So it went from. So no wonder he ran away. He just said, "Get this shit out of here." So they're. Oh my God. It's not about voltage, but also about current? Well, apparently it didn't work. I'll tell you that. The thing is that... Here, let me show you what it's like here in America, all right? Police officer used a taser. Okay, all right, this is in America.
Camera dramatic incident between a man and a police officer in Miami. Take a look at this video. It was shot yesterday on North Bayshore Drive. The man approached the officer who was investigating something else. Police say he refused to back off and kept walking towards the officer with an unknown object in his hand. And even after the officer fired his taser, the man continued screaming at the officer and walking towards him. Once the other officers arrived, the man finally surrendered.
Wait. Oh, it worked on. It didn't work on him too. Oh my God. Well, let me. All right. How about this one? Bad example. Yeah.
What was that?
Hey, he's stealing on my store.
Shit's getting out of hand outside.
Which store? Family Dollar.
Fam? Classic. Stealing out the Family Dollar.
You get that here.
Oh, I need to get...
It's TOS? It's not TOS. If it's on YouTube, it's not TOS.
Need to get some copper.
Micro looting? Yeah. Here we go.
Do you have a single 9 in progress at the Family Dollar, 1990?
Family Dollar. And they're trying to run him down. Here it is.
Long on single 9. Hey, come here.
Come here, retard. Come here. Come here, retard.
Come here. Hey, come here. Come here right now. Brother, I'm gonna fucking tase you, man.
And that's what they always do, bro. Every time, they always go into that mummy pose. Oh, man. Put him in a coffin, right? God damn. God, I love watching him get zapped, bro. I love watching him get zapped. It's so fucking funny. Let's see, is there another one? I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch another one. I love watching that. Here we go.
34 radio.
Same, bro? Yeah.
Hold on for me, boss man. Hold on.
Church's chicken. Oh.
Alright, I feel like that should be enough.
Yeah.
To get me to do what I need to do.
You said they do roll now? Okay.
That was my first car. Hey, shut up.
roll the window now. He's doing a traffic stop. Appreciate it.
You know your license suspended?
Did you know your license is suspended? Uh-oh.
Hey, get your hand on. Hey, get your hand.
Hold on. No, don't do that. Okay, don't start.
Don't stop. Wait, stop. Oh, man. What?
Just at a workbench making an anvil.
Turn over now. Turn over. Stand up, fucking down. Stand up, fucking ground. Give me your goddamn hands now.
You see, bro, he got into the pose again every single time, immediately. Oh!
Other hand.
Yeah. What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
Yep. Another one, yep.
Alright.
Oh, man.
Another one.
Another one again?
Another one.
Jesus. Somebody's taking a long vacation, huh?
And I said I wasn't going to get into shit today.
Man.
Yeah, it is this one. I can go talk to the ninja guy.
Oh my god. Yep.
I think I want to make a more leisure save of this game.
I love watching. Went from a ticket to a felony in 5 minutes because they're stupid. That's the reason why. They're just fucking stupid.
Not one where I'm trying to power through the quests.
Ask for your ID. Oh man.
Well, trying to advance through them. I'm not really power through them. I'm actually kind of sucking.
And it's another dude.
You know what?
Oh man, like it's been.
You might as well give me like 30 of these things, man.
It's been a few days. We haven't done one of these for a while. I think you guys deserve it.
On October 15, 2024, officers pulled over a vehicle for failing to completely stop at a stop sign.
All right, man.
Officer Rodriguez with your own police department.
Yeah.
Your vehicle? You got my license registration. Oh, I remember this guy. Okay. You gotta stop at stop sign, so.
I remember this guy. What's crazy is that every restaurant has an 80-20 rule where you get 80% of your traffic from 20% of your customers. It's crazy the police probably have the same thing.
Okay. Okay, I'll just write this out. Now I'm gonna take it to court. That's fine. That's your right to do so.
Me and the boys are gonna go exploring, man. We haven't done much looking west of the base here.
How old are you? 19? You're an adult.
Let's go, lads.
We're not having a seatbelt, so I need your ID.
Go get into some trouble.
Okay, it's still illegal. You can just have the back. I need your ID. It's plain and simple. You have to be wearing a seatbelt in the front seat. No, that goes to the passenger.
I don't know.
I drink whiskey when I can. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Oh, whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey from an old tin can. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Whiskey made me on my clothes. Oh, whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey gave me this red nose. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Shipwrecked 3 times I've been, and many a bloody battle upon the seas I've seen. I've seen the cannons glaring flash, I've heard its thunderous roar. Though now I'm turned adrift to start upon my native shore. Should hostile fleets e'er venture upon the raging main, true hearts of oak, we British tars will push to sea again, and bravely bring their ships to port as we have done before. So help us now while we're in want upon our native shore. Come pity gentle strangers, a luckless British tar.
You just watched me throw it.
He may hurl the thunderbolts of war. Come lend some kind assistance, and heaven will bless your store. For now I'm turned adrift to start upon my native shore. All hands! Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the yardie. Way, bully in the yardie. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the yardie. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the yardie. Sally is the girl that I love nearly. Bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the yardie. For 7 long years I courted little Sally, way, bully in the alley. But all she did was dilly and dally, bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbo now. I left my stall, I went a-sailing, way, signed on a big ship, I went a-whaling, bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbo now. If I ever get back down, marry little Sally, way, bully in the alley. Have 6 kids and live in Shinbo alley, bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbo now. I thought I heard the old man saying, way, bully in the alley. One more pull and we're delaying, bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way,
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot out this way.
Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbo now. All at once, oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to sail upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you're off so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now come here, all you sailors, hold and listen to me tell. I know you all will sadly pity me, for I was a running fool in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the home for a voyage from Sierra Leone. £2 10 a month had been my pay. As I jingled in me tin, I was sadly taken in by a lady of the name of Maggie May. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to sail upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you've got so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. When I steered into her, no, I hadn't got a care. I was cruising up and down.
Oh, that was way too high. Kind of felt like this guy was hiding an island. Apparently not. Is there nothing up on this part of the map? Turning west, because I bet you there's land over here. If I understand the map correctly, there should be. Okay.
Upon the seas I've seen the cannons glaring flash, I've heard its thunderous roar. Though now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. Should hostile fleets adventure upon
Alright, well I can't go that way yet.
through hearts of oak, we British tars will push to sea again, and bravely bring their ships to port as we have done before. So help us now while we're in want upon our native shore. Come pity gentle strangers, a luckless British tar. In your defense he may have hurled the thunderbolts of war. Come lend some kind assistance, and heaven will bless your store. For now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. All together! Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that I love nearly. Bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. For 7 long years I courted little Sally. Way, bully in the now. If I ever get back down my little Sally, way bully in the alley, has 6 kids and live in Shinbone Alley, bully down in Shinbone now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbone now. I thought I heard the old man saying, way bully in the alley. One more pull and we're delaying, bully down in Shinbone now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, way bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley, bully down in Shinbone now. All right. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away. Just sail upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you rock so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now come here, all you sailors bold, and listen to me tell. I know you all will sadly pity me, for I was a ruddy fool in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the home for a voyage from Sierra Leone, £2 10 a month and in my pay. As I jingled in me tin, I was sadly taken in by a lady of the name of Maggie May. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to sail upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you rock so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. When I steered into her, now I hadn't got a care. I was cruising up and down Old Cannon Place. She was dressed in a gown so fine, like a frigate on the line, and I being just a sailor man gave chase. Well, next morning when I awoke and I found that I was broke, I hadn't got a penny I could find. So I had to pawn me suit, me journals and me boots down in the Parkland pawn shop number 9. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they've taken you away to sail upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you rock so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Oh, you dealing Maggie May, you robbed me of me pay when I slept with you last night ashore. Oh, it's guilty the jury found her, of robbing a homeward bounder, and she'll never roll down Paradise Street no more. She was chained and sent away from Liverpool one day. The lads all cheered as she sailed down the bay. And every sailor lad, he only was too glad that they sent the old whore out to Botany Bay. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to slave upon that demon's cruel shore. Oh, you rock so many whalers and many drunken sailors. Silence on deck!
Damn stairs. I'm hungry. I'm drowning. All right. Oh, I needed... Wow, there was a lot of stuff I gotta catch up on. I needed this that I was gonna put right there. What's this thing? Cookware shelf. Not enough room? What if I... Okay. Oh, not enough resources, huh? Oh, I need ironware, huh? Oh. I needed ironware, that's what I needed. Is this where I go to make that? Gotta go B. I need 2 ironwares and a bunch of wood. Oh, I forgot. I was trying to make this stupid shelf. I need hardwood. Oh, shit. That's probably what I get from... we're gonna have to go down there and struggle to try to get the right resources. I can't really put both of those in there, can I? Put the other one in there. That'll do for now. Put that there, that. Those, that. Wood. Stones. My box of rocks. Always gotta have my box of rocks. I did make my sword considerably more badass. What do I need to make my gun considerably more badass? Hardwood. Well, we gotta go find us some hardwood. Yeehaw. That's way the fuck down here, ain't it? Yep. Boom. You were on here earlier asking, and I asked what you want to collab on, and then you never responded. What's up with that? Talk to me, bro. What's up, man? Yeah, see? You did it again. Ficus isn't hardwood. Where the fuck do I find hardwood? I don't know what that was, man. It's a cow. I feel like there's... I bet you this. Maybe these are hardwoods. Hardwood and tree bark. Alright. We're in the right place. We're going to chop down these trees here. Stock up. This is crazy. What am I doing with this? Huh. I can't run while carrying this thing. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna go try to fight these pirate dudes here. I'm gonna... 5. Yeah, 6. I don't like the sound of that. Oh, you fucker! I don't know. I kind of feel like I have a chance. See, I knew I had a chance. I got 1 gunpowder. That is going to help me out a lot. Oh, I got 2 gunpowders now. I don't like the looks of these guys. Whoa! They handed it to me, man. That was fucking bogus, man. I need to somehow figure out how to make gunpowder.
Boots aren't fast, but they're steady.
Let me... I have the feeling maybe this guy?
Built for the wilds, not parades. Old stock, still sharp. You didn't sail in here on sea turtles, strong hands, strong plans.
No provisioners down here. You know what else do you sell?
From deep places.
All right, I'm gonna have to look it up. All right. Okay. All right. All right. That's the thing. I don't know if I got the iron to do it, but I'm gonna see. Because I know I got sulfur on my island somewhere. Iron pickaxe. Craft. Iron axe. Craft. Take all. Copper pickaxe. Confirm. Copper axe. Confirm. Take all. Alright, now we gotta go I. Boop. Boop. Alright. Whoa, I'll run into the water? What the hell are you thinking? I do have sulfur somewhere on this island. I'm pretty sure. Stone. I can't remember what makes the sulfur rocks look different, but I swear there was I ran into some on this island. You know what? I'm gonna grab some of this because I have the feeling I'm gonna need it. There it is. I told you I had some. It was just the one? I guess so. I don't know how much gunpowder I make out of a unit of sulfur, so all this is a learning experience. I'm gonna run over here just to make sure there's no more sulfur. I really could use more sulfur. Giant sulfur rock, no. Hey, here's some more. Alright, I feel a little better about that situation. Stone. Hey, look at this guy chasing me, thinking he's tough. Hey! That was uncalled for. I'm gonna kill your friends now, too. Wait a minute, I can make 10 with each sulfur? Is that the cut of your jib? And where the fuck do I make it? Over here at the alchemy lab? The weapons table? I don't understand why all that shit was laying on the ground anyway. Could it be here? Nah. Where the fuck? Well, guess we're going back to look at the gunpowder. Ash and a millstone. I have ash. I'm assuming. What is this? Toolbox. What is tannin? Tannin. I need tree bark and a clay bottle. You know what? Give me 20 clay bottles. And wait a minute. What happened to all my... I died down there, didn't I? Yes, I did. Damn it. All my hardwood's down there. God damn it. Get my sword just so. These I make potions with, I know that. Okay, I need those. God damn it, I got too much shit on me. Drop that, drop that. Drop those, drop that. Drop those. Use that. Use that.
Cut to the in half.
Alright, I got what I came for. I'm heading right for it. Alright. I'm gonna check them all in case I... Then I'm coming back with a gun and I'm shooting everybody. What was I doing? Oh. I needed, I actually have a lot of food on me. Put that up there. These can go in there. But, oh, I don't know. I got a separate thing for that. Put that in there. Put that in there. The rest of this stuff is like food almost. Alright. We're just gonna pop.
Need my office, my tools, and a little common sense in the world around me.
You need to just shut up, dude. Really. I am just sick of you. You're always in the way. Let's face it, dude, you're ruining lives. Now what do we got going on? Look at that. Spicy chicken and sweet potato. I can make 14 of these. I don't know what it does. Oh, it increases vitality. What else we got? A meat salad. That increases vitality. Alright. The next thing I needed was a toolbox. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we gotta go get more iron. I'm sorry, little one. I gotta get up. Alright, I'm back. Alright, and we're gonna have to go get some iron. Let me make sure my sack is clear. I don't remember what I had. Kind of halfway across the island. Fucker. I'll fill my backpack up with bullshit before I even get there. Oh, that tree. I wonder what happens if I chop it down. Oh, fuck off. I can't chop it down. Oh. Limes! I'm a limey! A lot of limes around this tree. This is some kind of something. Wait a minute. I could pick at this. What? There's the camp. This. I had the feeling that was going to happen. Should have went after the musketeer. I did it again. I really shouldn't have been dicking around, but well, if it helps, right, man? I kind of feel like I'm starting at a different spot. I have the feeling if we sail around these rocks here to the other side, we're going to be in a much better spot. I gotta collect a bunch of resources. I'm trying to make gunpowder. I need to collect more iron, some hardwood. There's a couple other things I have to gather out here, and it's a hard land. So I'm having a hard time with it. I'm trying to find a better place to set up my fast travel. This looks like a good place to build a base, though. Whoa, come on! You're gonna crash into the fucking rocks, you dummy. There we go, here's a beach area up here. Oh. I might. It might be a lot simpler to do that. There's a guy.
Hold still! On my mark!
Alright, you guys got any goodies over here? What's this? Veterans insignia, that's it? What is this? Don't you guys have any gunpowder? Jesus Christ. I don't know, you think I should build another house here? And if I should I build it where I have it? Dude, where'd you come from? That's what you get. Yeah, I feel like this inlet would probably be the best place for it. Yeah, I'm just gonna travel home. She's sleeping between my legs. Oh, I just moved and woke her up. Now she's getting up. Probably going to cause trouble. Oh, she's heading over to the tower. You'll probably see her in a second. Oh, seeds. What are these? Lime seeds? I gotta drop off these filibuster boots. I think I'm wearing filibuster boots. Let me see. Privateer boots. Alright, then I just gotta drop off all my insignias. Which I should be turning in, to tell you the truth. You know what? I'm gonna at least turn in these 200. We're gonna go. I think this is where I can chum up with some people. There's a bounty guy right over here somewhere. Bounty agent, there.
Show me what you've earned.
Hey, how you doing? Here, I got 400 of these. Oop, not 4,000, 400. Wait. The maximum? What about this guy?
That helps more than you know.
Okay, there we go. Look at that. Maxed out the reputation. Alright. Oh, this is even further from the mine. Isn't that nice? Dude, I've seen every Cheech and Chong movie. I used to have all their albums. That musketeer hiding up there.
On my mark!
I like nice streams. That's not a guy, and I don't like the graphic because there. Is that dude shooting at me? Holy shit, I didn't have a chance. I had no chance. I wish I could bring my crew with me. The boys, man, we'd go in there and fuck shit up. Tomatoes. Let's see if I can do this a little more strategically. Hey, that's that flax. It told me this stuff was important. Yeah, see, it looks like there's a back door I could slip into here. Is that a dude I could shoot? It kind of looks like a dude I could shoot. That's a dude I could shoot. Hey, Sergeant. Oh, goddamn fucking goat came out of nowhere. Fucking kidding me. That was a load of shit. It took like half my life, too. Fight off that fucking goat.
Still.
Yeah, they own an ice cream truck that they sell weed out of. And this guy invents a weed that turns everybody into lizards. You gotta see the movie. God damn. There better be something good up there, man. Oh my god, dude. It's like that was the first place you headed. As soon as you saw me coming this way, hey, I'm going to stand in the doorway. Yeah, I think their last movie came out in like 1984 or something like that. Well, you gotta bring it to me. Oh. I don't know where it is. You're fucking hiding it from me. No, you come here. That's what I thought. Little bitch. Alright, you little pricks. I guess that's everything, huh? Alright. Let me guess, I'm full. I can hold some stuff. I want to see what that hat does, though. The set. Sprinting, jumping, dash consumes. Increases lane. Yeah, it's not actually that impressive. What I'm wearing is a little better. What, you couldn't... Because you lost the monkey? There you go, bitches. I like them apples. I need one motherfucking wood. There we go. Yeah, don't get too big now. It's not the 70s anymore. All depends on location. God damn it. I'll have to clear out more area, I bet. That's probably what it is. Okay, God damn. Alright, that's good enough. Let's head on back and smelt this shit up. I believe I did it on the north side of the island, right? Yeah. Get my sword out. Run away from anything that tries to kill me. I don't know if they still make them, but yeah, it's an atomizer. I don't know if they still make them. Or an ionizer, or, yeah, an atomizer and an ionizer. I can't remember what they're called, but they're, it's flameless. Oh my god, this guy's stamina. Come on, come on. Alright. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, dude, but you block that door, start blocking that doorway, and we're gonna have fucking problems. Alright, that's gonna take a while. But, alright. We got that going. This we were gonna get going. Right? Oh, I needed tannin. That's right. Oh, we got some. He burns the crap out of him and then tries to feed it to the blind guy. Alright, let me... I swear I had got new floors and windows and shit. I did. Look at that, a limestone wall. Alright, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna start my lunch because I gotta boil shit. I'm almost out of red pepper. Alright, I'm back. Alright, one of the first things I want to do is Alright, hopefully I got some 21 of them. Alright. I don't remember what I had to build. I believe I need a toolbox. Got all of those. I don't have that, but I don't need that yet. Whatever. Jewelry. Damn it, that's not what I was looking for. Got both of those. Damn it! Yeah, look at all that space I got now. Alright, I've got everything. I don't understand Oh, I gotta go collect corn. And wise. Alright, well, I guess we're starting. I'm gonna start building here. Oh, wait. Yeah, I told you, the weed makes them turn into lizards. The fucking guy that grows it turned into one. Oh, wait until they get to the insane asylum. You're going to be surprised who you see there. You're going to be like, holy shit. It is Pee Wee Herman. That's the Hamburger Man. That was Pee Wee Herman before Pee Wee Herman. All right. I'm going to log out of this one. I'm going to start a new one that I'm just going to focus on bass. I'm just going to play more casually. Because I'm going to be making jambalaya soon, so. I'll be in and out. First, are you going to get comfortable there? You got to sit down. You can't stand up like that, man. Ow. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Buddy, why are you doing this to me? Ow, ow! God damn it! Stop that! You gotta scoot over a little. Just a little. Oh, I'm going to listen to videos too while I play.
The Iran situation seems like it's going better than anyone anticipated. The entire regime is crumbling inside, killing each other over if they do take Trump's deal or if they die, which ultimately is the end goal for a lot of these guys. Meanwhile, it was exposed that it seems like a lot of the people that are backstabbing Trump, like the based right-wing guys that are backstabbing Trump, it seems like they were funded by leftists. That was a pretty massive reveal. And there is more info in regards to exactly where those chips are falling. Hassan Piker lost his mind. Everyone is calling him out, both the left and the right. Dude, the left is working so hard to pay right-wing influencers to, like, be a psyop or something. Meanwhile, Hassan just, he's not even paid. He's just tanking the entire left's credibility all by himself. Truly a hero none of us expected. The UK government is still evil, and the psyop ruined a generation of women. So I am very excited to get into the deep dive on all the things. Definitely subscribe. Deep dive on all the things. All the things are going to be covered in the way they need to be. Lock in, boys and girls. All right, let's get started. Donald Trump made a tweet. Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. They just don't know. The infighting.
Look, let me get comfortable first. Let me get comfortable first. You coming in, looking at me all sad.
We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy.
All right, hey, buddy.
Until such a time as Iran is able to make a deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President.
All right, fine. Never mind then.
To be clear, this is true. All right.
We intend to conduct reporting of your vessel.
Awkward. Like, we are still, at this moment, as you can see, taking vessels. Footage shows U.S. military seizing another Iranian oil tanker. No! Leftists be like, we should steal from the rich. Leftists, when you capture an enemy oil tanker, no! How could you do this? No! But the oil tanker was very important to terrorists that are killing innocent people around the world. No! What about the poor terrorists? No! So anyway, cry more, I guess. So this is true. And now, as extra evidence that, yeah, honestly, one of the craziest parts about, like, this entire war is the fact that Trump was, like, right about everything. He was right that Iran lied about their missiles that were able to reach 4,000 kilometers. He was right that Iran was actually trying to build nuclear weapons. They had 60% enriched uranium. No country that ever had uranium enriched to 30% or higher have not obtained nuclear weapons. All right, except for Iran, because they were stopped. All right, and the truth of the matter is, he's actually right about the infighting between the hardliners and the moderates. Right, that's why we didn't have a peace deal yet, because they can't figure out who's actually in charge of their own country. All right, breaking news: Iran's parliament speaker Galibaf has resigned from the negotiating team. This is the guy who was basically the voice of Iran that was talking to us for a long time. Seems like he's been threatened, or the IRGC, the Islamic Regime Guard Corps, actually pushed him out because he was actually willing to discuss with Trump. So the reality is, these people are crumbling on the inside, and every day that passes, we gain more advantage because of our blockade, they get poorer. This has been an expertly planned and executed war, and a lot of dipshits are telling you that's not the case. Oh, we're actually losing the war. I saw an AI video. That Nuxanor guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's totally wrong. All right, I love when people go on podcasts and call me out for shit like that, and then I just end up being completely vindicated. Just in, Iran deploys more mines into the Strait of Hormuz. Not a very nice thing to do. Explosion happens in Iran, in Tehran. No one knows where this came from. Seems like it's not us. It seems like it's not the Israelis. All of a sudden, explosions keep happening. I wonder what that is. Right? Meanwhile, the IDF confirms they are preparing to launch strikes in Iran, if that ever happens, and the USS George W. Bush has finally arrived into the Middle East. All right, so things are amping up. This ceasefire is only advantageous to us. People say, oh, Trump is such a coward that he's accepting a ceasefire where he's strangling the entire Iranian economy and he's gathering our weapons, and meanwhile we're still capturing their oil tankers. Like, wow, I can't believe Donald Trump would do that. Anyway, Trump says, I ordered the United States Navy to shoot and kill any boats, small boats, though they might be. Their naval ships are 159 at the bottom of the sea. That is putting mines in the water in the Strait of Hormuz. There is no hesitation. Additionally, our mine sweepers are clearing the strait right now. I'm hereby ordering that activity to continue, but at a tripled up level. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yeah, we completely own the Strait of Hormuz. Like a lot of people are like, I can't believe that Iran is gonna. Yeah, Iran is gonna what? All right, they don't have a nuke, so they can't threaten us. They don't have a navy. They don't have an air force. So we're taking their boats that actually do venture in. All right, if they ever use a small boat, who knows if they're a minesweeper or a mine dropper, and we obliterate them. And honestly, this is our blockade. This is during a ceasefire, and we have the power of God and anime on our side. But what about international law? We are international law. We have a blockade. Put a boat there, it's gonna fucking blow up. That's how it works. Now, if you don't like it, don't send a boat there. This is literally a skill issue. Terrorists be like, no, why would you blow up my house? Well, I don't know, man. I feel like being a terrorist might be a part of it. Anyway, breaking, lots of interceptions in northern Israel. Hezbollah has struck Israel a lot last night, actually. Breaking major ceasefire violation by Hezbollah. They are firing large numbers of rockets at northern Israel. Thank God, I understand there were no casualties. But it's like, I love how the world is like, oh my God, I can't believe Israel is attacking Lebanon. I can't believe it. Meanwhile, Hezbollah in Lebanon firing missiles at Israeli cities as often as they possibly can. IDF jets are about to attack Hezbollah, according to this guy. Who knows? We'll see. There's still some sort of ceasefire. And of course, there's always the meme. Hey, I just annexed your southern territory. Here's why. You're not allowed to shoot rockets at me. Man, I really appreciate the way that terrorists get fucked, actually. It's pretty great. Now, Trump immediately tweets this. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, Ambassador to Lebanon, Michael Issa, met today with high-ranking representatives of Israel and Lebanon in the Oval Office. That's massive. The meeting went very well. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. You know, the terrorist organization that Israel's currently fighting that's been killing Christians throughout Lebanon, and Jews in Israel, and Druze in both Israel and Lebanon over the last, like, 40 years. Those motherfuckers who, you know, honestly, if the Lebanon government actually wanted to do something about it, they would contain those bastards. They would be like, yo, how about you stop bombing shit, and then we won't have issues, but, you know, they didn't do that. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks, all right? So, you know, he's trying to be like, yo, please don't blow up Lebanon, okay? Hold up, we get it, they violated shit, all right? I look forward to the near future of the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant at this very historic meeting. So just to be clear, for those that are unaware and unfamiliar with the exact situation in regards to the Middle East, so Israel has a couple of borders and a couple of neighbors. For example, Jordan. Jordan has not been firing missiles at Israel. Israel has not been firing missiles at Jordan. Egypt is the southern neighbor. Egypt not been firing missiles at Israel. Israel not firing missiles at
asshole.
Egypt. Basically been getting along for a very long time. Gaza fired missiles at Egypt. Gaza is now a parking lot. Fired missiles at Israel, rather. It's now a parking lot. Egypt is another border of Gaza who didn't let any refugees in. Because they say that Palestinians are terrorists. That's the Egyptian position. And, well, I mean, you know, anyway, Jordan also doesn't accept any Palestinian refugees because their position is Palestinians are terrorists. Because last time they let in Palestinian refugees into Jordan, they started a civil war. Many such cases. Now, Lebanon fires missiles into Israel. Israel fires missiles into Lebanon. Isn't it weird how this keeps happening? It's kind of weird. Now, to understand, the people that are largely firing missiles from Gaza and Lebanon into Israel are Iranian-backed terror organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. And as you can see, for Iran, there's a major issue. Here's the dilemma that they have. Option 1, take the deal. The economy needs it. The blockade is biting. The rial is collapsing. That's the currency. Shortages are growing. Salaries are delayed. But giving up nuclear file means losing deterrence and weakening support for the IRGC hardliners. Option 2, refuse the deal. They keep ideological support and hardliner backing, but the economy keeps sinking. Within 3 months, they lose near the full $56 billion annual budget. Unrest will spiral beyond control. And this is the dilemma that they're in.
Come on!
Fucking cooked.
God damn it!
This is how you win a war against these retards. It's not by giving them endless deals and free money, like Obama did. It's by obliterating them, putting enough pressure so that they completely cave and lose. Now, a lot of the Eurocucks disagree with my stance on this, but I'll repeat it again for those of you in the back. My position is, if the war starts, all right, I'm not suggesting that we should be starting wars, but if a war does in fact start, there are 2 ways for it to end. Either you win by killing them, or you win by them surrendering completely. all right? Winning wars is actually based as fuck, all right? A lot of retards try to convince you on the internet, oh no, no, but what about the humanitarian aid to people that quite literally forced their hands to start a war with them? I know you're not saying death in America because thousands of Americans tried to assassinate President Trump 2 times and are trying to develop nuclear weapons to nuke us. But now that they're losing the war, we need to give them literally infinite money and humanitarian aid. No, actually,
God
no.
damn it.
Actually, they forced their hand into this battle, and now it's a skill issue on their part. They can either surrender and completely submit to our authority because, oh, but it's a sovereign nation. Not anymore, it's not. It exists on the benevolence of our military. They wanted to be a sovereign nation. They shouldn't have poked the fucking bear. Well, they did poke the bear. Now they're bear food. So they can either completely submit 100% or they can fucking die. As far as I'm concerned, that's where we stand. Oh, but nuts! I can't believe you have such a dramatic position. You mean you want terrorists to either die or surrender? Yes. Yes, actually. Duh. What do I look like? Mehdi Hassan? Hi, I'm a radical Islamist. I want you dead and your family dead and your daughters raped. But I will call you Islamophobic if you criticize me. So before we get into addressing it, this is a little debate between Nick Mateo, he's like some up-and-coming debater guy, and this Palestinian. He calls himself a Palestinian. He was born in England. He was raised in England. His parents are from Jordan, but he calls himself a Palestinian. Many such cases. And dude, he's just
there's no such thing as Palestinian DNA. Palestinian is not an ethnicity. Arab is an ethnicity. So it's like me saying I'm ethnically American. You made it 25 years in life, and you're still needing to be explained this basic concept. Nigeria is home to over 250 to 500 distinct ethnic groups. So they all call themselves Nigerian ethnically. You know what the average IQ is in Gaza? 67.9.
Many such cases. All right, so these guys are going to dictate your morality and worldview. Get fucked, retards. Anyway, obviously I feel bad when civilians die just because their IQ is sub-retarded. Sub-retarded. That doesn't mean I want them to die, of course. I would prefer if they stop doing terror attacks. Anyway, Trump has been dropping bombs in the Oval Office.
Yeah, no pressure. It's only guys like you with a question like that. Well, what's your time? We've been doing it for 5.5 weeks.
But sir, is your administration Mr. President? You had initially...
It was 8 weeks. It wasn't 5.5 weeks, Mr. President. Literally 2.5 of those weeks were a ceasefire. Does that count? Does that really count?
They said it would be 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I hope that, but I also took a little break. I gave them a break.
That's right. That's right. It's 5.5 work weeks, okay? 2.5 weeks of vacation time. But I love how people are immediately calling it a forever war.
So would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on Trump's social...
No, we don't need it. Why do I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
Yeah, so anyway, all of the retard podcasters that Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump wants to end civilization. He's literally calling for nuclear weapons. Right? You know, like, man, all right, dude, get out. Literally get the fuck out of here. He's like, bro, it's retarded. I'm not using a nuclear weapon. What are we fucking doing? Oh my god, holy shit. I'm just ending their civilization conventionally speaking. Based. Anyway, so Donald Trump, he's just shredding these guys. The narrative got so fucking lost. All right, these people lost the narrative so much, but it to such a like tremendously retarded extent that these people are trying their absolute utmost to keep pushing the lies. We're losing the war. We should have never gone into the war. Iran never posed a threat. They're just nice guys. They just like goats over there a little too much.
Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam? How many years was Vietnam? Well, I did my act. I took the country out militarily in the first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now what we're doing is sitting down and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing.
Yep.
We've knocked out their missile production.
Oh my god, I can't believe America's losing the war.
We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself, you know, because every story says, oh, Trump is under time pressure. I'm not, no. You know who's under time pressure?
That's right.
They are.
Straight facts. Every single day this ceasefire takes is another day that Iran loses $500 million that they would have been able to export with their oil. All right, listen. God is truly a perfect creator. He understands that the Islamic regime are fucking retards. And therefore, he decided, you know what? I know that they're never going to actually be able to make some sort of successful nation whatsoever. So we're going to give them tons of oil. So God decided to put them on the land with so much oil that there's no way they could ever go well.
Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode.
And that's literally the only thing they have. Well, you don't understand. Iran makes money by giving oil to retards, all right? And they also make money by developing Shahid suicide drones and cheap weaponry for Russia. Right now, because of this blockade, they can't do any of that. Literally nothing. They have to diddle their goats in silence. They don't even have internet over there. Bro, some guy in Iran praising Allah. Thank you, Allah. You've not only given me goats, you've also given me sheep. Listen, man. Listen, it's a diabolical life right now if you're an Islamic hardliner in Iran.
You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens that only Len can explain. Something happens underground that essentially renders it in very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place. So I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I call them locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go. We have much higher quality equipment.
This has been probably one of the most decisively won wars America has ever had, aside from, I guess, World War II. Aside from World War II, this is probably the most decisively won war. I mean, at least it probably will be, all right? Who knows? It's not fully wrapped up yet. Who knows? Only God knows the way this is going to end. But it really looks like that.
Did when we first started the war, and or the military operation, whatever you want to call it. And they're coming to us. The problem we have is they are very disorganized right now. Now, yesterday, I was very pleased with this. 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I
Trump
asked
saved them. Trump saved their life. These 6, well, I think it was 8 women were supposed to be executed for protesting or for dancing in fucking insanity. Every leftist on the planet supports the regime, by the way. And all the feminists love Iran's regime. All right, so, and Trump made a tweet and saved their lives.
Call it a favor, I call it just a moral request that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed. They're going to release, it was protesting. 8 beautiful young women, very young women, and they were in the paper. And it's been a story for a little while when I saw that, and I said, let's see if we can save them. It was really nice what happened. So they're not going to
Trump, defender of women, extraordinaire. He loves women. He respects them so much. Except for Rosie O'Donnell.
What they're doing is, as you know, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month of release. So
I guess Trump is Hitler or something. What a Hitler. Reports from Iran. 100 Basijis hospitalized with severe illnesses. Now, the Basijis are the Islamic fighters, and one died after an Iranian country had poisoned their food. Listen, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to giggle and laugh that terrorists have tummy aches, but man, it's wild watching these people struggle. It really is. Just in, Israel says it is prepared to resume military operations against Iran, and I think this is super freaking obvious.
ישראל ערוכה לחידוש המלחמה מול איראן. צה"ל ערוך
says he's ready to start the war against Iran.
ממתינים לאור ירוק מארצות הברית.
We are waiting for the green light from the United States.
ממשלת חמינאי יוזם תוכנית ההשמדה נגד ישראל ואת מחליפי המחליפים של מנהיגות משטר הטרור האיראני.
We obliterated them, we obliterated their replacements, and we can start going after their next replacement.
מתקני האנרגיה והחשמל המרכזיים וריסוק התשתיות.
Go after their major energy suppliers and power plants, etc., etc. But the point is, Israel Defense Minister Katz says Israel is prepared to renew the fight against Iran, waiting on a U.S. green light. Because ultimately, I know that everyone likes saying that, oh, America, we're weak and gay and pathetic. Like I keep seeing these days. We are the global superpower. No one tells us what to do. And we have a ally in the Middle East that listens literally to everything we say. And if you actually pay attention to the geopolitics, you will notice that that is exactly the case. Trump told Israel, wrap up the war in Gaza. War in Gaza got wrapped up. Trump told Israel, end the war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Let's do peace talks. Israel wrapped it up and did peace talks. Trump says, let's do a ceasefire. Israel does a ceasefire. Israel's getting struck, and Israel's saying, all right, we're waiting for the U.S. green light. We all know who calls the shots, and it's the United States of America, the world superpower. And a couple of dipshit retard podcasters say differently. Well, look, man, you can believe whoever you want to believe at this point, but at some point, I'm just going to think you're retarded. This, like,
They're in an insane asylum.
campaign that I'm seeing, like, across the entire West. Holy shit, shove it up your ass. Oh, my God. 67 IQ retard from Somalia is explaining to America how we're actually secretly controlled by some evil Jew cult. Holy shit, man. Literally, stop with the demoralization. Why don't you have a girlfriend? The Jews. Come on, bro. Get at it. We're living in the greatest country on the planet. God bless America. Thank God for us. The irony is you have the Israeli civilians that are begging their government not to wait for the U.S. and to obliterate their enemies that have been bombing them for years. And you have the Iranians saying, don't wait for the U.S., keep bombing them. Because the Iranians are oppressed by this Islamic regime that is torturing them. However, listen, man, I am against all foreign aid. I don't want to be giving Israel money. I am way too Jewish to be giving money to Israel. But if we do, I expect our investment to be returned. Listen, that is my stance. If we are giving money, then they better follow our orders. All right? I'm against giving money, to be clear, but once we're giving the money, oh my God, that investment needs to get returned. My stance is very simple when it comes to politics. America first. I like our allies, and I want our enemies obliterated. I know that a lot of dipshits tell you that that's not a good political stance. I actually don't fucking care. Literally cry about it. Now, what it really looks like is that there was a lot of psyoping going on that a lot of idiots were falling for. I'm sorry. A lot of people just don't watch Hudson, I guess. They fall for this slop. But it has recently been exposed that the SPLC, some socialist leftist organization that's supposedly raising billions of dollars to fight racism, was actually funding racism, was funding the KKK, was fighting the Charlottesville far right-wing riot that ended up killing somebody. It seemed like they are funding a lot of the online people and voices that are screaming all this white supremacy stuff, that are screaming like this super anti-Trump stuff. Seems like they're being paid off by leftists. It seems like the PSYOP has actually been working, and suspiciously, a lot of these anti-Trump influencers recently fled the country. And by recently, I mean a lot of them are gone. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, they fled the country. Now, it's probably coincidence. And I'll let you know my personal thoughts and feelings as we go on. But first, you have to see the updates. I think this should be the biggest story in America right now. That we literally have leftists funding hate organizations so they could raise money to fight the hate organizations and use that as propaganda to why they have to fight racism. Biden ran his entire presidency on the fact that there were white supremacist riots killing people that were funded by leftists. All right, so lock in. So Kash Patel, FBI director, just exposed this 2 days ago, and it got so much hairier.
And he doesn't lie. The charity that supposedly fought the Klan funded the Klan.
What's up with that? Huh? What's up with that?
The charity that supposedly fought neo-Nazis funded neo-Nazis. The Southern Poverty Law Center ran a methodical, calculated scheme to defraud their donor base of $3 million.
Yeah, so not only did they fund literal neo-Nazis, the socialist, leftist, wholesome, anti-racist chunguses funded neo-Nazis, and they're going to jail because they defrauded their donors. Right? You're some wholesome chungus leftist, all right? You got blue hair and nose rings and all the things, and you're donating to your anti-racist group today, and they literally use it to fund neo-Nazis. Oh my God.
And lied to them and used an illicit banking structure system to create shell companies to hide their money and who it was being sent to.
If it was all just informants that you were using to infiltrate these groups, then why were you making shell companies to hide the money? It's like, this is the most checkmate. And by the way, for all the people that say nothing ever happens, this is Trump shooting an arrow right into the heart of the deep state. For those of you crying, screaming that not enough is happening, I agree. I want to see mass deportations by the millions. I want millions in trebuchets launched into their countries of origin. Or even not. I don't really care where they go. But the reality is, things are happening. 11 people were arrested for this already.
Specifically for the reason to sow discord and hate into our society. This is the ultimate definition of hypocrisy. And if you look at the indictment produced by the Department of Justice and the FBI, you will see that these banking institutions tie directly the funding mechanisms in which the Southern Poverty Law Center used to fund at least 8 hate groups they supposedly wanted to take out, but they were paying the very villains of our society they supposedly wanted to protect us from.
Donate $2 so we can fight, I don't know, Charlie Kirk. Anyway, they use that money to fund the KKK. It's insane. Now Trump, he's literally taking his victory lap because they were slandering him for years, saying the very fine people hoax. Him saying the very fine people on both sides. Both of those sides were leftists. Do we understand what this means? Both sides were leftists. It was the KKK funded by leftists versus the gays, which is leftist.
How do you defend what just happened where your Southern law, whatever it is, has given money to KKK? They're supposed to protect people, and they're paying all these people, crooked as can be, millions of dollars going all to all these people that they're supposed to be protecting from, but they're actually supporting them. Because they want to have companies that they can protect, and because they want to rig elections. That was all a rigged election. All of the things with Charlottesville, all of the stuff that they did. And you won't bring that up, but you'll bring up some nonsense. Let me tell you, the election we were winning all day long. It's a totally horrible situation. Hopefully the courts will overturn it, what they did in Virginia. You have a grossly incompetent governor. You had a very good governor. He did a good job. You know, all those companies that want to move into Virginia now, they want to move out and go to a different location. So that's my opinion. I believe it was a rigged election. Virginia's known for it. It was a rigged election. They had a lot of ballots, mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you have cheating.
And by the way, he's probably right. For those of you that paid attention to the Virginia election, I covered it recently, I think just yesterday. So for those of you unaware of exactly what happened, basically the Republicans were winning all day, and then all of a sudden mail-in ballots came in, and bam, 45,000 extra votes went for the Democrats somehow. And they won by like 1%, and then they rigged the entire state to exclude every Republican they can and redistrict everything. So essentially, not only do I think he's right about this, but the craziest part is the Southern law, whatever, is giving money to the KKK. And when he says rigged election, it's not just manufacturing fake votes. It's so much worse than that, all right? It's making people think that there's like these far-right white nationalists going out there and just murdering and lynching black people and whatever. And it's not only played up by the media, but it's funded by leftist organizations. Every time there's quote-unquote right-wing violence, the left loves it. It means that that's their new campaign ad. Stop racism, fight white supremacy. And they are the largest funders of white supremacy. Photo 1, the man that claimed white supremacy was the #1 threat to America. Photo 2, the man that knew the SPLC was funding white supremacy. Oh my fucking God. It's hilarious until you think about it for a second, and then you realize how terrifying it is. How the PSYOP actually worked. Now, USA Today, leftoid media outlet extraordinaire, you have to look how they titled this article. The Southern Poverty Law Center was indicted for paying sources to infiltrate hate groups, a tactic federal agencies have used for decades. That's a lie. They were not indicted for infiltrating hate groups. They were funding the Grand Wizard of the KKK. They were funding the hate group.
The doctor was Timothy Leary.
So that they could use that as some sort of campaign against white.
That's who plays the doctor, is Timothy Leary.
You pay some racist white guy, and it's like,
that's what makes this movie so great, man. All the people that are in it.
This is a lie. This is an absolute bald-faced lie, and everyone knows that. As you can see, 2,000 likes, 5,000.
Jimi Hendrix in the hallucination is Michael Winslow from the Police Academy movies.
Southern Poverty Law Center's stated mission, including the dismantling of white supremacy. However, unbeknownst to donors, some of the money donated was being used to fund the leaders of the organizations of racist groups, including the KKK, the Aryan Nation, the National Alliance. Bro, it's like so fucking obvious. The SPLC's paid informants engaged in the active promotion of racist groups. Their paid informants were the one organizing the white supremacist rally. So yeah, the media just lied to you again, as you should expect. The media is literally covering up the fact that leftists have been funding the KKK. Isn't that insane? And now the correct opinion is actually,
they formed it. Why wouldn't they fund it?
Right, they're saying you have to vote for the Democrats in order to teach Trump a lesson. Teach Trump a lesson by voting for the Democrats. This would have not been exposed under the Democrats. In fact, it would have been 1,000,000 times worse.
But 3 years ago, the SPLC was working with the DOJ. The SPLC was telling the DOJ how to go out and spy on Catholic churches, telling them to categorize Catholics as terrorists, was working with the Biden administration very, very closely to identify enemies and go prosecute them. Now, the DOJ is raiding the SPLC, is getting indictments from grand juries to prosecute the SPLC. That is a complete 180. It's a massive win for justice. And it shows you that elections do matter. And you don't always get exactly what you want. We got 700,000 formal deportations last year, depending on how you count the self-deportations, which I think are pretty serious, up to 1 million or a little over 1 million. So, okay, call it 2 million, and then you don't have the 3 million illegals coming into the country that you had under Biden. So that's a net win of 5 million illegal aliens who aren't in the country now who would have been otherwise. Do I wish it were 10? Do I wish it were 15? I do. Do I wish that the economy were juicing even more than it is? Sure. Do I wish this, that, and the other? Yeah. I wish all of it. But guys, had Kamala won, the SPLC would be working with the DOJ right now to go prosecute you and your friends and your leaders. And
He's just completely right about that, actually. And also, Ben Shapiro's eyebrows keep getting bigger. I don't know what's going on here. It's crazy. It's keeping up with his yarmulke. Anyway, SPLC revenue before Charlottesville, $51 million. SPLC revenue after Charlottesville, $133 million. So the SPLC paid $270,000 to KKK members and to a Unite the Right rally leader, and it made them $80 million. They funded domestic terrorists, right-wing, violent domestic terrorists. They gave $270,000 to some Nazis, and they made $80 million in donations to fight white supremacy. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God, just insane. Now, the craziest part is Charlie Kirk was right about this. This was Charlie Kirk years ago. I miss him so much. And, like, it breaks my heart every time I see him, because not only was he murdered, and his family is broken, but also the way they're, to this day, both on the right, like the dissident right, and on the left, just absolutely pissing on his grave. It's an honest-to-God tragedy in our time, and it should radicalize the fuck out of you.
Understand that they're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to the KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go onto the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us on this
when you're
list.
effective, you're a threat.
After Charlie Kirk
heartbreaking
watch list, he got shot. Well, they'll say things like, "Oh, Trump's targeting us." No, you know who cracked the case? The banks. Internal audits noticed suspicious activity.
Yeah. So, honest to God, tragedy. All right. So they'll label you a Nazi. They'll kill you. They'll celebrate your death, and then they will fund actual Nazis. All right, to continue to do Nazi shit, so that they could raise money to target you. Understand the evil that's going on. It's genuinely fucking hilarious that there is so little white supremacy in the United States that the SPLC had to pay to create it so they can fight it. Bro, if this was like an actual issue, you wouldn't have to keep hoaxing it. I'm working on hate crimes, like stopping them, right? Bro, it's honestly insane. Now, a lot of people are noticing that perhaps a lot of this like infighting on the right is funded by leftists.
Now, it's the kind of strategy that's effective because unless you're extremely familiar with how depraved left-wing activists are, it would never occur to you that they're doing any of this.
True. Now, for the record, I think that leftists are immoral psychopaths. By the fact that they're a leftist, I think that they've flushed any ethical system they could possibly have down the toilet. So I have zero, like, actual respect for them. Well, don't you overgeneralizing them? Am I overgeneralizing? I don't think so. You look at their actual creed, you look at their actual policy. Tell me one policy that leftists are pushing that Satan wouldn't be pushing. You know, stealing money from people that you arbitrarily feel like you deserve it. Murder babies, castrate children. It's like the Satan wish list. And you're going to tell me that these people have an ethical system?
Occur to you that they're doing any of this. But they feel a need to do it because otherwise there would be no right-wing groups. If the SPLC did not fund them,
right,
they would not exist.
Exactly. You
and then Democrats would lose power, and
That's right.
the SPLC would run out of money.
Correct.
That's the same reason that your antivirus software bugs you all the time. If your antivirus software told you the truth, which is that you really don't need to pay for antivirus software anymore, then obviously nobody would subscribe. So instead, they pester you with fake threats and scare tactics. And it's kind of the same principle, except in the case of the SPLC, they were having a substantial effect on American politics. The more you read this indictment, the more you realize how criminal it is. According to the DOJ, the SPLC was paying the same Klan members that it was complaining about by name on its website. So I got to say, as an aside, I'm starting to get a little frustrated because, again, I was also listed on their website of extremists. They put me on the list. They had my photo up and everything, and I was on their hate map.
You know why? It's because they want someone to go kill her. All right, they're going to find some people, obviously, and then they're just going to put their little the photos of other people, like Charlie Kirk, who was unfortunately tragically assassinated. Anyway, people are realizing, and it's like you look at the actual protests that happened, right?
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
Right? Like, this is the riot that we now know was funded by the SPLC. We now know that this was funded by the SPLC. Besides, these people, this should have been an ultimate red flag, right? Because Jews aren't replacing anybody. There are 16 million Jews on the planet. Mathematically, they ain't replacing shit, okay? And it's crazy because, you know, I mean, Muslims are replacing us. Are replacing us. Don't get me wrong. Actual Nazis, or like actual high IQ anti-Semites, would say Jews are funding different leftist organizations to push replacement theory. All right, now that's what a real, actual, white supremacist guy would say. No one's saying the Jews are replacing us. They're saying that the Jews are pushing legislation to replace us. So that's how you know this shit's a whole scam. They don't even get the talking points right. They couldn't even pay like a real anti-Semite. It's heartbreaking. So anyway, a lot of people started questioning Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes has really been campaigning people to vote for Democrats for a long time.
I cannot wait for the Democrats to take the House. They subpoena and investigate Kristi Nolan, Lauren, and Corey Lewandowski, and they find so much corruption. It's going to make the impeachments during Trump 1 look like a joke. All that stuff about Paul Manafort and the business documents and the Ukrainian phone call. The corruption that they will discover when the Democrats are in the House, it's going to make all that stuff look like a joke. And they're just going to keep stacking it up on top of Vance. We're going to be in our war with Iran. The Middle East is going to be a mess. The economy is going to be a mess. The Trump administration is corrupt. He might even be impeached.
Yeah, so again, a lot of people are saying that this dude is a psyop. Saying that this dude, who, by the way, for the record, those of you paying attention, was at this actual SPLC-funded rally, people are saying he's a psyop. He's a Fed. He's getting leftist funding. Leftists are pushing him in. Now, and he is constantly talking about how the Democrats need to win. Now, policy-wise,
I told you, I think it's their best one.
really hard enough domestically with regards to deporting people. Imagine having a Kamala Harris. We would be fucked. Border open, infinitely more retards in our country, and amnesty. We would be absolutely fucked. We'd be England, all right? We would be England, sorry, England, but we would be England. So when he's saying shit like this, it's like, what's going on here, man? What is he an op? Is he a Fed? Now, suspiciously enough, Time magazine, right after the Charlottesville rally, which we now know was funded by the SPLC, interviewed Nick Fuentes.
I was supposed to be entering Boston University for my sophomore year, but in response to recent death threats and threats against my physical safety, I decided that that might not be the best idea. When you start receiving death threats to the extent that I have, it just becomes a liability to my brand, to my academic success and everything else when you do have to worry about people ganging up on you.
Anyway, so a lot of people are asking a lot of questions. A lot of questions. What's actually going on? In fact, here's Sneeko. All right, Sneeko was talking about how he's in a first world country now because he's in Indonesia. Indonesia's awesome. Anyway, bro's dying. Bro's dying in Indonesia. I shouldn't laugh. Oh my God. Bro was just saying Indonesia's a first world country because he saw a semi-tall building with colorful lights. A day later, he's out because he got Jakarta belly or food poisoning from eating street food with hygiene standards comparable to India. It's just like, bro, this dude's out here being like, Indonesia's so much better than America. Fucking guys. Like, bro, are we being serious, man? Like, these people suck. It's crazy. Also, by the way, he's not in the country. Now, seriously enough, a lot of these people aren't in the country. All right, Nick Fuentes is not in the country either. He is currently in Rome. Candace Owens literally just made a whole tweet. Joke today, sorry, I forgot to tell you, I was traveling in the country. All right, Ian Carroll, another one of these like so-called right-wing mega anti-Trump guys. In light of Wilcox's tragic death, I wanted to say I'm taking a break from the internet for personal reasons. Suspiciously, all these guys are gone. All the biggest based right-wing voices are gone. Right, they're all out of the country. They're all bitching. What actually happened here? SBLC gets arrested. Every single dissident right-wing anti-Trump voice is gone. It's pretty weird. Probably a coincidence. Anyway, suspiciously enough, another one of these guys, Sean Ryan. Now, Sean Ryan is not like Nick Fuentes or Sneeko or Candace Owens or any of these guys. All right, yeah, I think Sean Ryan actually does do his best to fight for what he believes in, as far as the clips I've seen. I just think he's actually been bought by, I think the PSYOP actually just got to him, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
oh my God, come on!
Like fake news, like reposting Iranian propaganda. I covered this actually pretty recently. And today, he did a whole interview with Cenk Uygur.
Good morning. Today I've got Cenk Uygur coming on the show. It's gonna be an interesting one.
Like, what are we doing? Cenk Uygur is an anti-American Islamist supremacist, pro-infinite migration, pro-every terror organization under the sun. Cenk says, I know some don't love it when the right and left talk or agree, but I love it. We cannot win the most important issues of the day unless we unite on them. All right, so basically, what he's trying to say is, I am going to try to do my best to be part of this gigantic leftist psyop, to do as many right-wing shows as I can, to convince everyone that the real enemy is Israel, and why we should be voting for leftists to fight Israel. Right? Like, I mean, it's such an obvious psyop, it's crazy. All right, what you think Cenk Uygur all of a sudden loves, he's super forgiving. He just did this whole thing. I forgive Tucker Carlson. I forgive Tucker Carlson for being a racist, because now he's preaching and sucking the butthole of Islam. Made like 17 tweets about it. I'm a little disappointed about the lack of grace some people on our side are showing to people like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, unbelievable. I can't believe it. Yeah, we get the psyop, man. It's all of the pro-Islam butthole sniffers all getting together here. There's one little orgy. And the funniest part is it's like Cenk Uygur, the same guy, he has made thousands of videos saying, hey, white Christians, your time is almost up. Trying to label Christianity as a hate group, as a fascist hate group in general. And now he's like, wait a second, I could just get in on this gigantic psyop to turn all your favorite base right-wing influencers against Trump, and he immediately jumps on board. He stands for nothing aside from importing infinite Muslims into America. That's literally his only political talking point, and every single one of his ideological positions can get translated right to that. Defund the police so the radical foreigners can continue doing their shit. Socialize healthcare and socialize literally everything so that the foreigners can get free shit from the people that are actually working hard to make this country great. It's every single one of his policies. They all head down that path every single time. So he is now making the rounds on all these so-called base right-wing influencer guys because, you know, the PSYOP, I think, got to them. So just to like let you know my opinions real quick for those of you that actually want to hear my personal stances, everything I showed you is just objectively true so far. But as far as my personal opinions, I think Candace Owens is a complete retard that is being manipulated by British lords, but I think she's just retarded. I think Ian Carroll is some kind of op. I think he's also just a retard. For the record, I don't think Nick Fuentes is a Fed. I don't. I know a lot of people do. I actually just got into a debate with a friend of mine yesterday, so he's trying to convince me that Nick Fuentes is a Fed. I don't think so. I really don't. I think he's a guy that was wronged by the system, and I think he's fallen for a lot of the slop. And I think Sneeko's just an actual fucking radical pro-Islamist retard. See, Tucker Carlson, I think, is actually some sort of operative. All right, so for the record, those are just my opinions. We'll see if I'm right. I guess time will tell. Time will tell. Cracking down on the SPLC. We'll be cracking down on more of these dipshits, and we'll see what actually happens. But holy shit, it is getting really interesting out here. And it's so wild watching all these people with, like, the radical anti-Trump backstab. It is so coordinated. It's fucking awesome. I don't agree with Trump's war in Iran, so I am going to make friends with Cenk Uygur. I'm gonna make friends with Cenk Uygur because I love America so much. Yeah, alright, dude. The op is so fucking obvious to, like, your average guy. No one's falling for this shit anymore. Bag it up, boys. White supremacy is our biggest problem, which is why we have to pay KKK members to do hate crimes. Oh my god, absolute cinema. Man, it must be rough being a leftist these days. You get exposed for funding billions of dollars or millions, many millions, to the hands of the KKK to foment fake violence on the right so that you can organize your entire political party to combat racism. And then you get absolute morons like Hassan Piker, just say the quiet part out loud. So this dude's entire career is dead right now, by the way. Like, a lot of you don't realize that. He's like giga cooked. And everyone is shredding it, both on the left and the right. And by the fact that the Democrats are aligning with this guy, it's just completely destroying their party.
Yeah, no, I'm pro-piracy all the way. Like, across the board. Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could. If one could.
What does that mean?
Pirate a car.
It was just a classic thing back in the day. The government-funded anti-piracy initiatives would be like, dude, would you steal a car?
Oh,
Like, yeah, sure. If I get away with it.
Yeah, sure. He would steal a car. God, I absolutely love this for so many reasons. It's just like, America is based on Christian culture. It's based on a culture that appreciates the fundamentals, the 10 Commandments. You know, thou shalt not steal is an actual moral principle that Hassan just doesn't believe in. This fucking Turk cockroach just doesn't believe in it. He exists in a whole other moral plane. He's an anti-American hut that it's just glorious watching him continue to put his foot in his mouth every single time. He just broadcasts his anti-American stances to the world. It's like, wait, you fucking shock your dog? Holy shit, man.
If it was as easy as, you know, pirating IP, I would do it.
I love how he's just pro-stealing. Like, unapologetically pro-theft. Because he comes from a shithole, right? Because he is a third worlder, ideologically speaking, and he believes that your plan exists to get raped by us.
Would you dine and dash from your local diner?
Never. Never. Tip 35%. Mike's, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that. And if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably pay for their meal.
Would you
This is so generous.
steal?
I would steal your car, but I would make sure that my local diner gets paid. Dude, absolute fucking insanity. I love how this guy's little roach mind exists as like, the things I care about, I'm gonna fund arbitrarily. But the things I don't really care about or have an opinion about, I'm just gonna rape and steal and pillage. Like, he's like actually one of the fucking orcs that are in our shire right now.
A book from the library?
Never.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
Because they're rich, so therefore we should pillage them. We should be the barbarians in the fucking Shire.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely.
God, I love how anti-American and evil these people are. Thou shalt not steal is not like, I love how these people like just view morality through their own little personal gay bubble, all right? And that's why the left is an echo chamber of psychopaths. They have no morality that they can actually stand upon. Now, the funny thing is, any argument that you can make why you steal from the Louvre is exactly why you should be able to steal from any of these people. All right, I don't even need to come from like a biblical moral perspective, saying that actually stealing is immoral inherently, not just because of the harm that it does to your neighbor, because it's inherently immoral, but also society collapses. Hassan is a fucking multi-millionaire. He's probably worth $50 million. Right? What are we even talking about here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like, you know, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme.
Yeah, it's the cryptocurrencies that are scamming everybody, not the Somali pirates that we're importing into our country. Man, it's so wild watching this guy. It's crazy. Anyway, he keeps going. He's actually pro-stealing from corporations.
Right, guys?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
They don't steal anything from their own workers. He's complaining that they don't pay them more. I'm sorry, so don't work for them. They don't steal from their workers. Again, this person has absolutely zero moral continuity in anything that he says. Look, this is the same argument you can make that I actually support stealing from Hassan Piker because he steals from his moderators.
However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that the automated process that they design, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations, regardless.
So
and
why is that bad? Like I love how this guy is such a piece of shit. It's unbelievable. Stealing is inherently bad. And he'd just be like, oh, actually, I'm a third worlder. Stealing is great.
They still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers.
It sounds like they did good business.
Used to hire.
I love how he's like, actually, progress is bad because progress means that you're going to be more effective. So progress is bad. We should all just exist in slowly deteriorating society shitholes. Because why would you ever improve things? Oh my God, you invented a sewing machine? Do you have any idea how many seamstresses you're going to put out of business right now? Like, this is just the anti-progress perspective. That's third world ideology. It's like Somalia is the shithole.
As opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process.
Totally. Well, I was looking things up, and shrinkage is roughly equal internally as externally. Like, they expect it from their employees that they are sort of disenfranchising constantly.
Yeah.
But what about the argument
You should be able to fire people, actually. Actually, if your employee's not doing a good job, you should be able to fire him.
that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from the self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah,
I love how, like, none of these leftists are like, it's actually just morally bad to steal. And they're all already on board with, actually, we should just rob rich people and businesses. Like, they're fully on board with that. They're like, but what about, wouldn't that make it harder for other people?
Chaos. Full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look, I'm in favor.
The third worlder mindset. Just let everyone steal from everyone.
In favor of fast and free buses and also government-owned storefront.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as fast and free buses. In fact, there's no such thing as free buses because someone's paying for it, and it's just you, the taxpayer. Not the shit-tard immigrant retard who doesn't want to get a living, doesn't want to work for his job. That guy, the 67 IQ Somalian, is not paying for it. He's not paying taxes. Don't worry, he's not paying for the buses, but you are. Understand, this is just the rape of your country.
And you know, two of those policies, the mayor of this beautiful city is currently working on.
Would you encourage stealing the same way from a Mamdani-run city-owned grocery store with lower prices?
No, he is against stealing from the state-owned grocery stores, but the personal-owned grocery stores, that he can.
I wouldn't know.
Don't steal from the government, but definitely steal from your neighbor.
So I feel like that's taxpayer-funded. And
what the fuck is the difference? What are we even doing here?
Prices are this union labor, and the prices are also adjusted.
God, I love how immoral he is. He can't even like maintain some consistency.
I think that hypothetical is interesting, right? Because if you look at it from a categorical imperative type thing, what if everybody did this? You know, the converse is like, oh, what if every major grocery chain stole from workers and consumers, and that is basically true, right? Like, it's interesting.
No, it's not. You don't have to buy their shit, all right? They don't steal from you. You don't have to buy, oh, but they raised the prices, yeah. And so don't buy from them. Buy from someone else.
Like, I think it speaks to the thing where a kind of harm committed by the individual strangely continually draws more.
I love how none of them think it's actually immoral to steal. None of them.
Ire than the same.
This is your socialist mind, by the way. And that's what I told you before. When I say that leftists are unethical psychopaths, I actually do mean all of them. Now, a lot of people are like, no, you're generalizing. The leftist policies are literally Satan's wish list. All right? Understand. I think they are actual unethical psychopaths. All of them. Everyone pushing leftist policy, maybe they're just retarded and they didn't think it through, but they are actually just doing Satan's work for him.
Harm being committed by structure. And so, I kind of am inclined towards this. It's like, everyone try it, see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I think that you should go to jail for a very long time. I think that you should become a slave. I think anyone that robs someone should become a slave to pay up their debt. Double whatever they stole. That's my stance. See, I have a very different perspective than they do. They think you can steal whatever you want. I think that you steal, you become the slave of whoever you stole from, or of the state, until you actually pay back double the value of what you stole. And a lot of stealing would stop immediately if that happens.
By the way, ironically enough, I don't personally do it. I never do it. When I was younger, I stole some Pokemon cards from a friend, And my father punished me. It was such a harrowing experience that I literally can't even steal.
Man, dads, they save the world. And here we have a dadless society of immoral shitless.
Like a candy bar. When we were in college, a lot of my friends used to love doing that. You know, getting drunk, going to the gas station, 5-finger discount. I would never participate in it, and I still can't to this day participate in it. I'm just saying that I personally don't really care if someone...
Chase dad, right? Look at that. Look how crazy it is. Even a cockroach father like Hassan's still disciplined and it works.
Needs the food.
Yeah, needs the food. That's why I steal underwear from Target. Right? New York Times platform far-left radical Hassan Piker to promote theft. Look how insane that is, bro. And I love how he's just promoting theft. And no actual civil society could exist. And I think, especially in the West, which is based on biblical values, he is an actual enemy of our country. All right? Now, New York, this is even crazier. In this New York Times interview, he also praises Luigi Mangione for murdering an innocent man in cold blood.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson as
the healthcare CEO.
The United Healthcare CEO.
By the way, I think he's a piece of shit, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't mean I support terrorism, which means just going out there and killing him in broad daylight.
Was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder.
So put him in jail.
Systematize.
So let the government actually arrest him or something. I don't know. Figure this out.
Forms of violence. The structural violence of poverty. The for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country.
This is him advocating for murdering any politician and any person that works in the government, any person that works in a hospital, any healthcare professional. He's advocating for the murder of all of these people right now. I don't know if you're aware, because in his mind, that is social murder. Everyone in a capitalist government that pays the hospital, all right, every single one of those people is guilty of social murder, according to Hassan Piker. In this interview, he's advocating for the murder of anyone whose political ideology differs from his own.
And the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment.
Not even nearly draconian enough.
They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American.
By the way, the private healthcare system is actually great. Obviously, it needs obviously, I really hate how these healthcare CEOs keep rejecting claims and it's evil and you should go to jail for it. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's great that we have private health in the United States. Otherwise, we become a shithole like Canada or England, where you have to wait 8 months for an appointment to cut your cancer out.
I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
He's like, yo, I saw a lot of terrorists supporting the murder of a guy that I don't like, and it's awesome, actually. So, this is just him supporting murder. Murder of people that he doesn't like. Because, well, that guy, arbitrarily, according to me personally, judge, jury, executioner, according to me, that guy was bad. So, therefore, actually murdering him is good. Right? And now, this is the only correct response, by the way. If someone kills Hassan Piker, I won't kill him, but I'll understand. Because Piker is guilty of sarcastic terrorism. Agreed, by the way. Yeah, that's exactly where we're up to right now. A lot of these retards are like, oh no, how could you say something like that? Even Hassan Piker crash out. Israel lover, Israel critic murdered. I didn't say I want Hassan Piker killed, but I'll understand. I'll understand it very well, because I think Hassan Piker is partaking in social murder. You know, when he advocates for the murder of people that he doesn't like all the time, like he just did now in this clip. And I love how he just doesn't understand the context. He doesn't even understand what's being discussed here whatsoever. You know, everyone's immediately an Israel lover. It's crazy. You know, like, this guy says it doesn't matter if someone fucking kills Hassan. It doesn't change the dynamic for me one bit. It's just not perfect. Oh my god. You know, in response to this. And the craziest part is that's what Hassan Piker just said.
Because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average.
The pervasive pain that Hassan Piker, a terrorist supporter, has done for so many people. It just makes me totally understand why someone would kill him now. Again, I'm not advocating for any of this. I don't support this this line of thought, but according to Hassan Piker's own political beliefs, he should be able to totally wrap his mind around the fact that someone would just go out there and murder him in the street because they don't like his political opinion. And it's so wild to me how just upfront he is with it. It's crazy. Now, the funny thing is, social murder is why 100 million people were killed by communists like Mao and Stalin, which he supports, by the way. He actually supports these people. When you listen to Hassan Piker speak, it becomes very obvious why Lenin and Stalin killed so many people. He appoints himself judge, jury, executioner. Anyone who ideologically opposes him is guilty of vague crimes like social murder and therefore could be executed in public. And it's so obvious this is what he's advocating for. This anti-American dipshit, social murder. Piker's worth 12 million. He's not. He's worth like 50 million. And reportedly makes at least 1 million a year. He makes way more than that. I make like closer to 1 million a year. There's no way he only makes $1 million a year. He lives in a $2.47 million house. He has a mansion. He has a Porsche. You know, get out of here, bro. Absolute insanity. Gibwell estimates it costs $5K to save a life via charity. So Piker, by keeping his money, by his own logic, is socially murdering 200 people a year. What a monster. I would totally understand. I wouldn't support if someone would go and execute him in the street, but I would totally understand it. Oh my god, what an absolute fucking retard. It's crazy. This guy will say bank robbery is cool and then cry online about the U.S. seizing oil tankers because he supports the Islamic terrorists. This guy is the most anti-American filth I've ever seen in my life. I've been calling it out so long before the mainstream caught up to me. If you want to be 1 year ahead of whatever's going on in the world, you should definitely be subscribing to me. Because all my enemies become the public's enemies just a year later. I sniff these retards out real early. Bro. Oh my god, the United States captured an Iranian oil tanker? No! Anyway, you should kill random people you don't like in public and steal from grocery stores. Oh my god. Hassan Piker is awful. Ought to be imprisoned or deported, says Michael Knowles. But he isn't a hypocrite when he defends theft at the Louvre, but not his local library. He expresses a consistent principle, namely harming those he hates and helping those he loves. Wow. He's not a hypocrite because he supports killing people he doesn't like, but he doesn't support killing people that he does like Islamic terrorists, for example. Now, the funniest thing is, the way the New York Times framed it is the rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? Motherfucker, you are the rich. Your parents are billionaires. Your dad is a billionaire from Turkey. Your mom owns buildings and is a massive landlord, okay? You are the rich. You're making $10 million a year easily. All right, what are we even talking about? Oh my god, you had private ponies, you have a mansion and live in maze. You have a designer dog that you electrocute daily, and you have a Porsche that's worth like $300,000. You are the rich. Oh my god. Now, Fox News doesn't apologize, and dude, I love this phone.
I was glad to see many Democrats online saying, we don't want this guy as a symbol of our party.
That's the best part.
I'm sorry, I look at this guy and it's like the thing that made him the fact that he's abusing his dog.
I get the, yeah, he's shocked. I get the sense you're not a fan. We
to speak any moment now at the
Bro, absolute cinema. Look, man, you can advocate for political prosperity and social housing forever, but you torture one dog and you are a dog torturer. All right, man, no one cares anymore. That is your legacy, Hassan. All right, bro's out there supporting Islamic violence every single day, but you torture one dog, and that's your legacy. And everyone's waking up to this. The Washington Post, all right, leftoids extraordinaire, dabbling with extremism isn't merely wrong, it's unforced error. The latest from this guy, the founder of Democrats. All right, Hassan Piker is political poison for Democrats. Oh my god, everyone's eating this guy. It's amazing. Democrat wins media. Hassan Piker should have no safe refuge in the Democratic Party. The sooner we make that clear, the sooner we Democrats will get back to winning tough elections. Bro, like, it's so rough if you're a leftist these days. You're funding KKK violence so that you can make believe you're fighting against racism, and then the face of your party is a dog-shocking, terror-supporting dipshit that's pro-theft and pro-vigilante justice against people you don't like. Right? This is a leftist, by the way. He even has the little red box of supporting the Intifada. All right, the red triangle. They astroturfed Hassan so hard, now he just walks around accidentally calling for terrorism, torturing his dog on camera, committing all sorts of cartoon blunders because he's simply too fucking stupid for the arena he's playing in now. Dude, it's so awesome watching this happen. XQC, he's like a centrist. He's not a right-wing guy, he's a centrist. And he's like, what the fuck is that?
Hassan, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. The the for-profit paywall, the consequences of that are.
I mean, chat, guys, I'm one of the new public in the chat, but let me tell you something. This is a dialogue. This is literally terrorist 101 dialogue. I mean,
Yep.
Sorry, I'll say it.
Yep. Everyone in here is up to me. All I'm like, maybe the guy that's radically pro every Islamic organization doesn't have America's best interest in mind. Here you have Destin, all right, libertarian extraordinary. His mind that the face of the party is a terrorist. Like, it's one thing if you like can't afford food or something, but when it's all these like decently well-known yuckies that are like. What, it's like their form of protest? Like, I'm gonna shoplift?
I do.
I also do. Well,
I am so benevolent. I share Netflix passwords. And you have the liberals like that be losing their mind. This is my party now. My party just exists as like this immoral fucking orgy of retards and thieves and terrorists. Oh my god, it's so fucking awesome. It's so good. Asmund Gold obviously gets a good reaction out of it. Dude, this is a killer. This is like a killer blow to the entire movement. Oh my god. Now, just to understand where this leads, urgent terror attack on Jews stopped from North Carolina. Davidson campaign terrorist for 18-year-old Angelina Hicks, non-Piker supporter, from Lexington, North Carolina, accused of plotting a mass casualty attack targeting Jews at Houston synagogue. Kill as many Jews as possible. Quote. Authorities say the threat has been imminent. There may have been nothing wrong. And they actually caught it. They caught it. Right? And you know that these are the leftist, immoral dipshits that believe in social murder. Oh, the Jews? They must support Israel. Israel's killing terrorists, and man, I really fucking hate that. So obviously we have to kill Jews now. All right? Like, and this is the evolved thought process of Hassan Piker, talking about social murder and making up your own little gay, antithetical, immoral universe as you go along. Tactically is good. Your companies don't pay people as much as I want them to. Actually, murdering healthcare CEO is good because he's a social murderer. And the crazy part is, not only is he a complete dipshit whose entire worldview gets shredded, but like you see exactly what comes from this. You keep seeing it again and again and again. It's everywhere. The crazy thing is, like, you look at something like this, don't you kill as many Jews as possible? Angelina Hicks, alright? She's not a Muslim, okay? His ideology is like, I don't know, kill the infidel or whatever. She's not a white supremacist, obviously, alright? So you understand exactly where this mind poisoning comes from. It comes from social conditioning of leftoid, immoral dipshits like Hassan Piker that are constantly talking about how actually, yes, you should just be killing people you don't like because their existence is sustaining the world. It's so obvious where this is heading. It's so obvious that it's shredding the Democratic Party entirely, and it's so obvious why the foreigners, leftist Democrats, pro-socialism, because they want to take money from people that earn it and give it to foreigners, like those guys love Hassan. They're third worldist dipshits that hate our country, and the liberals that are actually trying to win elections based on like old school liberal values, they're fucking losing their mind because the face of their party is terrorism at this point. So man, I love the platforming and blazing this guy. It's amazing, and it's so wild watching people fall for the psyop. Yes, Qatar is spending $1 trillion a year.
All right, I gotta run. Check my soup real quick, or my jambalaya. I mean.
Let's be honest here. What do you think the kids are gonna walk out of those universities thinking? What do you think the teachers are doing? It's all this gigantic orgy of immoral.
Fucking knee.
And yes, our country is a Christian nation by its founding. It is based on biblical values. Thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not murder are inherently mortal orders. And we are importing cultures that do not believe in this doctrine that honestly is the foundation of our nation. Are unethical psychopaths. And that's why they need to be destroyed. Legally speaking, not calling for theft or murder, but legally speaking...
Fucking all my spoons right there.
We need to denaturalize and deport these third worlders that value systems do not share our own. And that's why I see a lot of people, talking constantly about integration. Look, man, you need to integrate if your actual moral foundation comes from a similar place as ours. I don't think Hassan will ever integrate into American society. I think he will always be the orc imported into the Shire, advocating for the rape of the hobbits every single day. Definitely subscribe to be a year ahead of literally every single piece of news. All right, because this guy fucking sucks, and I called it a long time ago. And damn, he slandered me so much. But it's so pleasant watching his entire house of cards collapse every single day. Every time someone else hears about it, they're like, wow, wow, Nux was right about everything. Wow. And leftists in America really waking up and deciding, yo, we're going to advocate to become England. All right, anyway, just to understand how bad it is, all right, because it just got worse. It got so much worse. Every day it gets worse. All right, so this is illegal immigrants into the European Union. Okay, just understand what's going on. Every blip on this dot, or every dot on this map is 100 people. That is immigration into Europe. My God. Every single dot is 100 people. Just understand how it's been every single year. Just understand what your voting is. All right, and just to get a load of what this means, this is 12 million people. 12 million people. All of a sudden, poof, poof, they're in Europe now. Understand what that means, bro. Understand how crazy that is. That's millions of people, mostly from places like Syria, obviously followed up with Afghanistan. All right, you got Algeria, you got Turkeys, you got Moroccans, you got, and it's all like a vast majority Muslim, and you wonder why the entire country is taken over. This should radicalize the heck out of you, because the places where they're coming from are shitholes. All right, so when they're coming from these places into your nation, you don't even expect them to make your nation better. Like, let's be honest. Meanwhile, the EU is so upset that people are actually discussing things. You know, emojis are used as coded language. This is the official EU account, okay? The official European Union account, all right? Emojis are used as coded language to promote illegal activities online. Some platforms are now detecting emojis using as code for drug sales. This is one of the key findings in the EU's wide report on systemic online risks. You know what that means? You know what that means? That means the EU is going to start arresting people for the hate crimes of posting emojis online. That's right. Did he post a juice box to talk about the Jews? You're going to jail. Did you post a little turban to talk about the guy that raped your daughter last week? Well, you might be going to jail. An emoji isn't just an emoji. It could put you in prison for life. Don't worry, we'll replace you with a guy from Afghanistan. Anyway, understand what's going on. So it was St. George Day in England, okay? St. George's Day. So Keir Starmer says, St. George's flag stands for unity over hatred and decency over division. Those are values I will always fight for. Some try to hijack our flag to spread hate. I reject their plastic patriotism. Now, look at his actual speech. So he's getting a lot of backlash for this speech because he didn't mention St. George, basically, and he didn't mention England at all.
There are voices both here and abroad who would seek to divide us, who want to set...
I'm here to divide you. I'm dividing the English people from the invaders. Sorry, I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to keep doing it. You can't arrest me, because you got a license for those emojis.
That sit apart from each other, who want to pretend that in this country what we really do is to distinguish between people.
That's right. Whether you're a rapist or you're the raped, we will support you equally.
The points of difference, to have the sort of toxic culture of hatred between different individuals, different groups, different communities. We will
not stand for hatred, which is why we will arrest you if you post emojis.
Not let them do this. We reject their division completely. And we will fly our flag proudly. It's our flag. It belongs to us, and we will fly it for the values that we believe in.
That's right. So basically, he uses his entire speech discussing St. George Day, all right? His entire speech is to basically fight against the British people that love their country. The most anti-patriotic speech of all time. So many people use this flag to represent your country, but that's racist. It should be representing the rapists as well. Wouldn't the rapists feel bad to be left out? Honestly, I don't want them in, like, our countries in general. I don't know, maybe the British actually love that or something. Look, man, I feel like I have to make these videos because, like, if you're in England, you can't make this video. You'd go to jail. You got a license to be a blue retard on the internet. It's like, it's heartbreaking stuff. So, you know, St. George's Day comes by. All right, this dude spends the day by telling English people that they're racist, horrible bigots that don't want to live in a multicultural, DEI, woke, retarded England, and that's a bad thing. And this flag represents a woke, retarded England, not a based England that actually was a fucking force to be reckoned with in history. Now it is a shell of its former self. Now England sits in the cuck chair while everyone gets raped in public, and the British government defends them. Now, this is the Japanese ambassador to the UK saying Happy St. George's Day. All right, look at this.
Happy St. George's Day.
Bro. This is more patriotic than queer Stalin. Look at that. Look at that, dude. It's like a culture. Again, the Japanese, they love their culture. They love their ethno-state, as it's called, and they actually love Japan. So they expect a British day, to represent English people, to actually have English traditions. So he has his tea and his cake, and he has his little St. George's flag. And look at the way he's dressed. Look at that. And everyone was losing their mind over this because this is more patriotic than the actual Prime Minister of England. Look at that, 5 million views, 87,000 likes. Everyone's like so excited, bro. It's like, that's crazy. It's honestly insane. So he understands the idea of patriotism. He probably loves his own country. And it's just shocking to watch the Japanese ambassador have more of a patriotic English post than queer Stalin. It's heartbreaking. Now, this is one of the most viral images I've ever seen on the internet. Pictured, an illegal migrant is seen laughing after found guilty of repeatedly raping a drunk girl on a beach. This is every day. This is every single day. Look at this fucking guy. This is horrifying. We need to start.
God. Damn it.
Look at this shit. Oh my god. Just laughing as he's being brought in because he just raped a girl on a beach. Unbelievable. Now, everyone's making this comparison. Bro actually looks like the mouth of
Fucking rice everywhere.
Bro actually, dude, when we call them orcs that are getting imported into our shire, guy, try a little harder next time. Oh my god. If you support policies that allow the mouth of Sauron to come and rape young women in this country, consider that maybe, just maybe, you are not the good guys. This is the correct opinion. And unfortunately, the libtards that have empathy are explaining to us how, no, actually, we are the bad guys. We do not want rapists raping our children, and therefore we are the villains. No, you must be pro-rape and inclusive. Now, look at how crazy this is, man. Look how crazy. 3 illegal immigrants have been found guilty of gang raping a British woman on a beach in Brighton. They brutally raped her while filming and calling her a dirty bitch. At one point, one of the rapists grabbed hold of her face, forced open her mouth, and spat at her while encouraging his friends to do the same. The victim said, "I was begging them to stop, and they wouldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see them laughing at me. They thought it was very funny. My skin crawls because of what they did. They're evil, and they ruined my life." You can never recover from this trauma. This is what the British government has done to the women of the country. There needs to be a remedy. And you might recognize this guy. This guy. Horrifying update. One of the rapists, Karine Al-Duran Surk, sounds like a straight white British male. Sounds like a straight white Christian to me. A whole-ass Zionist. This was a Hasidic Jew, probably. Is convicted of murder in his homeland of Egypt. Yet this is him smiling and laughing in the picture. The UK opened its borders to monsters and demons who should have never been let in. So understand the actual full core of this story, because there's a whole story here. A whole story here that you can't possibly imagine. Like, this is a level of evil that we have been, honestly, conditioned to believing doesn't exist. This man is a murderer. He murdered someone in Egypt. The British government brings him into the country anyway, not under any form of watch, not under any form of surveillance. He is wandering the streets completely free after murdering someone in Egypt, all right? Not only that, the government is paying him to exist there. He is getting payments from the government and some free migrant hotel, right, that the government is giving him your taxpayer dollars. You wake up.
My jambalaya is on its way. Let me take a quick little toke.
Fucking shit. All right, if it would be rated against the states in the United States, it would be the 51st state. All right, and in its rank of how shit the economy is. So in a dog shit economy, you're working your absolute ass off to support your family. All right, which hopefully you have. Feminism didn't convince the women not to date you. All right, so hopefully you have a family. You're working your butt off. You're giving half of that money to the state. This is taking that money to fund the freedom and existence of Egyptian murderers in your country so they could wander around, rape people brutally, and cackle at you while the courts release them. Rupert Lowe running the far-right party. This migrant scumbag will be laughing under a Restore Britain government, I promised you that. Migrant rapist was on the run for murder. Dude, what the actual... Absolute insanity. Hey, Islam, how is it going? Muslim brother of TV hosts. Under what circumstances Christian girls can be raped? Allah allows Muslims to rape non-Muslims and humiliate them. Yeah. Look at this shit. And it's real. This is understand how bad it is. So there was a Muslim grooming gang in Wild, North Wales. All right, Wild is a 90% white Muslim. Like, at what point do we realize realize that the culture is not actually compatible with the West. Like, at what point are we supposed to realize that? Look how crazy it is. Black children 8 times more likely to strip. This is the BBC. BBC out here calling the police racists for searching black kids more than white kids. Unbelievable. Except 54% of them were carrying a weapon. So after this racist search, it seems like the majority of the people getting searched actually should have been were guilty. Like, it's a humiliation fetish at this point. Like this is the saddest thing in the universe. Right, 4% of British Muslims think Al-Qaeda were responsible for the 9/11 attacks. You know, the people that A, celebrated it, B, took credit for it, and C, said that they were planning on doing it again. Muslims just don't believe that happened. Actually, it probably wasn't them. Maybe it was the Jews. Right? Look at this graph. Who was responsible for the 9/11 attacks? Asking Muslims. 52% don't know. 31% the American government. That's what they're taught. They're taught that the root of all evil is America. Right? 7% the Jews. 4% Al-Qaeda. Dude, what the actual fuck, man? What the actual fuck? You are literally importing radical terrorists into your country, and you expect them to just coexist with you. No, you're radicalizing me. Good. You should get radicalized. Understand what they're trying to do everywhere. This is just the infinite global agenda of replacing you with dipshits. So when I'm saying that you gotta vote right-wing in America, it's because I'm seeing what's happening to England. And we're just a few years away from that. You know, thank God our migrants mostly come from, South America instead of from fucking one of the stands. Pakistan or Afghanistan or one of these retard shitholes. Don't get me wrong, we have too many of those guys in our country too. But like, man, we have a higher stock of migrants, and we have issues. Dog, we only have like 1,000 Somalis or some shit in Minnesota. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've done to Minnesota. This is crazy. Now, I'm going to give you the real truth too. Did you know that only 6.5% of England is Muslim? 6.5%, and this is what's going on in England. But don't worry, because in a generation, they'll be the majority. They're each having 10 kids, and British people are having none, because feminism is teaching women that actually you shouldn't have children. It's honestly heartbreaking. And this is like daily news. So this story was going very viral. A lot of people are talking about it. It's baffling to me how every British man is not a complete far-right sociopath fighting back against this shit. Look at this story. Look at this story and let it just radicalize the shit out of you, man. I'm telling you. It's every day.
Get away from me.
This just broke me. I didn't hear the whole thing. I just heard like the Cliff's Notes, and it broke me.
I want to talk to you about the details of this horrific rape in Leamington, because some of the details here are absolutely appalling, and I'm sharing them with you for full transparency about what happened in that case, but I also give a warning before I do about some of them. 2 Afghan asylum seekers dragged a 15-year-old girl into a secluded area of woodland and raped her. The girl cried out for help. Indeed, she managed to record her begging of a passing woman. At one point, a woman is heard asking the 15-year-old, "Are you all right?" The girl replies, "No, help me, please help me. So many people have walked past me. I want to go home. Please, please, help me, they are going to rape me." The girl, who can't be named because she is entitled to anonymity, the court was told eventually managed to get away.
It's a good thing she doesn't name herself. She might get arrested for Islamophobia.
Recorded several selfie-type videos demonstrating what they say was extreme distress, crying and hyperventilating. In a video after the ordeal, she could be heard sobbing, "Oh my God, I've just got effing kidnapped. I thought I was going to be dead. Every single one of these people are driving past me. Help me, someone. Please, please help me. Why is no one helping me? Please, someone."
Dude, this should radicalize the fuck out of you. Like, I don't understand how British people aren't like actual Nazis. I'm sorry, man. I don't understand. I don't understand how British people are. Well, how do you live like this? How do you live like this? This is crazy. And it's like everyone thinks that other people have the same culture and mindset that they do. It's like, oh, I think that rape is bad, so they also probably think rape is bad. Well, what if they don't? What if their culture actually doesn't view women the same way our culture does?
Her mother said in a victim impact statement, "We have watched our vibrant, happy and confident daughter shrink down and suffer from anxiety so bad that she is often physically sick. This has affected every aspect of her life. Something broke in all of us that day." The 2 Afghans who were living in a hotel, having just arrived by boat, have been sentenced to 10.
In other words, they came into the country illegally. Instead of removing them or vetting them in any way, they just have the taxpayers fund their stay so that they could rape as many people as they possibly can.
And 9 years in prison. The Telegraph reports that Jadzeb turns 18 in less than a month and will be automatically deported after serving his sentence. But the court heard that his date of birth was unknown, so an age assessment has been carried out by specialists.
Get ready.
So I wonder then how we know that he turns 18 in a month if we don't actually know this individual's date of birth. And therein lies a very, very big part of a very, very big problem. We have no idea who these people are. We barely know where they come from.
True.
And the rage that I feel about this story and the rage that you feel about this story, this kind of, actually, I find genuinely barely containable rage, leads to perhaps a desire to bring in a few of the more kind of Trumpian ends of the ideas about what should happen next. And
Bro, they actually think Trump is the radical. It's crazy to me how it's like, in British politics, they're like, wow, Trump is like a radical. Meanwhile, in American politics, it's like, bro, deport more people. Oh my God. Look, Trump stopped the border. He closed up the border and he deported, whatever the number is, like 1 million or whatever, let's say. And that's not nearly enough. You have Americans, on the right, calling for his impeachment because he didn't deport 30 million, right? And British people, they're praying for a Trump just on deportation policies alone. Forget everything else. All right, look how wild it is, bro. Look at this. England was once a global powerhouse, and it is a shriveled prune of its former self. And this is what weak men and feminism gets you. Right? It gets you an entire culture of emasculated men and empathetic, illogical women, largely, actually controlling policy in order to bring in the third world to rape your generation and then silence people criticizing you and jailing you for posting emojis on the internet because they might be hate speech. Suicidal empathy is the understatement of the century. This is like actually just suicide. They're importing infinite retards from the third world, from cultures that directly state their goal of conquering you, raping you, and killing you. Where you're allowed to humiliate Christians by raping them because that actually is good for their culture, and you're importing them without any vetting, without any idea who's coming in, what their birthdays are, what their past offenses are, like the Egyptian guy that murdered someone, that now raped a girl in England. All right, you have no idea who these people are. They're military-age men that do whatever the fuck they want, that are slowly but surely becoming the majority of the country. And when I say slowly coming the majority, I mean a generation away. This is what this hyper-feminization bullshit has gotten us. All right? Weak men create hard times, and hard times create strong men. We are coming to an era of strong men. People that are actually going to fight back against this shit.
If we're quite candid with you, quite a few of those ideas have flickered through my mind in the last 24 hours. But I am trying extremely hard not to let the jerk in me jerk win. However,
these guys considered the fascists by the government.
As the people of Crowborough, where 600 men are about to be deposited in an old army camp, as they set up a patrol group of local residents around the old barracks there, surely that has to be an absolute minimum now for any place housing large numbers of asylum-seeking men. We cannot have groups of random, bored, culturally incompatible men wandering around towns and villages of places unfortunate enough to be burdened with this. At a minimum, the rule has to be you cannot leave the facility you're being fed and watered in until we know who you are or until your claim has been processed.
And he's considered a fascist. Well, what a fascist. He's literally giving your country to third worlders, but he actually wants them to stay until they're actually verified. What a fascist position. The moral, ethical position is letting them rape your entire generation. Otherwise, you might be considered Islamophobic.
Otherwise, the status quo carries on, and I just don't...
You see, I don't believe in asylum seekers. This entire concept of asylum seeker to charity, the moment it becomes like an actual burden to your people, it just means your entire moral framework is just wrong. All right? Like, this is insanity. It really is. Like, it's crazy that, like, we have some sort of moral obligation to bring rapists into our country because maybe the rapists aren't treated well in their cultures that exist because it's created and founded and run by rapists.
See how anyone can conclude that that is the best way forward, that we just let the same things we've always done keep happening with results being like this. So, what is the response? I'll give you one. This is the former Prime Minister Liz Truss. Now, you say what you like about Liz Truss, but she was Prime Minister for a bit. She's just said these horrific crimes are happening daily in...
Bro, England had a woman prime minister? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Now we know. Now we get it.
The whole system, including the mainstream media, is suppressing the truth. She says the Human Rights Act needs to be
Oh
repealed.
my God, Keir Starmer has a bigger vagina than the former female British prime minister, bro.
All migration from Afghanistan should be stopped. Is that... That's too knee-jerk. Is that too knee-jerk? You can't and shouldn't judge the whole by the part.
It's such a retarded concept. Like, it's crazy. It's like, well, actually, only 20% of Afghans are rapists. So therefore, we should still import them because, like, that's not fair. It's not fair to put an entire culture. Like, are you insane? What? Are you actually fucking retarded?
So we can't judge every person from Afghanistan on the basis of actions of, in this case, 2 people.
I totally disagree. I think that it's obviously culturally incompatible. I don't care. But you're slandering the majority. I'm not saying they're all rapists. I'm just not willing to take that chance. I'm just not willing to take that chance. This is like saying, why don't you play Russian roulette? Only one chamber has the bullet. Why don't you play Russian roulette right now? Just take the gun, twirl the thing, and shoot yourself in the fucking face. What's the problem? Only one chamber has the bullet.
So that's too far for me. But I'm, again, candidly, that thought's crossed my mind too. And I can't...
God, he's so cucked.
That's actually...
It's crazy. This is the right-wing nationalist, and he is so unbelievably cucked. Of course you should cut off all migration from Afghanistan, obviously. Duh.
I think the reason why I say I'm not sure that's going to work is it does judge the whole by the...
Oh no, what if we judge them? Fuck, you should be judging them. What are we even doing? This is so pathetic, it's crazy.
Part, and that sort of isn't fair.
It's totally fair. It is 100% fair for you to say, listen, guys, statistically, y'all have a lot of rapists. So I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm not willing to take that coin toss on every single immigrant from Afghanistan. Not saying that most of you guys are rapists. Maybe only 10% of you guys are rapists. I don't know. I'm not willing to take that chance. That means every 10 Afghans you import, one's gonna rape somebody. That's pretty fucking insane. So yeah, no, I think this is retarded. I think this is a potentially retarded position. Like, England needs to be some sort of, they have an obligation to import rapists.
But at a bare minimum, the idea that you would have hundreds of people, and even in the cases where we sort of have a better idea about who they are because they've been through the criminal system, still don't know how old this bloke is, still don't really know how old he is. The idea that you would allow then hundreds and hundreds of people to be housed in areas and they're allowed to wander around and we have no idea who they are. No, cannot happen, cannot be allowed to happen anymore. If this case provokes...
Look how cucked these people are. They all need to go. Like, the only position is they all need to go. Their culture is not compatible. I'm sorry, we tried. The experiment didn't work, and you all have to leave now. Because we are prioritizing our own country and our own people.
One response, it has to be that somebody, ideally, I don't know, but somebody has to say,
God damn.
Sir, you cannot leave the hotel that you are being housed in until your claim has been processed.
So unbelievably cucked. Alright, this guy's like, my rage is bubbling over. Now, I don't want to stop migration from Afghanistan. It's like, oh my god, you people are so gay. It's crazy. The gay gene has managed to infect all of sorry, man. You get butt sexed one time, and now all of a sudden you're a homosexual. Now, anyway, you know it's over, because they have the fucked up car photo of him. This is British cabinet ministers losing confidence in Keir Starmer. Looks like he might actually be forced to be removed. According to Polymarket, there's like a 70% chance that he's actually going to be removed from office this year. And I actually have mixed opinions about it. Not that my opinions actually matter. I'm not British. But I think that in a way, by keeping absolute dipshit fuckface like Keir Starmer in office, he's driving the entire country more right. And they're going to actually elect like a Restore Britain, like far-right type party that's actually going to do what's necessary. I don't think you want to replace him with a moderate at this point. I think you want him to remain for the next like 3 years until the next election, fucking up your country so that you can take over. Because he's just going to get replaced with some slightly more moderate guy that's a little more in the middle that'll prevent the country from being mad enough when the next election cycle shows up in 3 years. So again, I have mixed feelings about it. Holy fucking shit, man. even the right-wing people in this country are just like the pussiest people of all time. Some of them, obviously not. You got your goats out there. I like Sargon of Akkad. I like Tommy Robinson. I like Rupert Lowe. You got some good guys over there in England, and you guys need to rally behind them. And you have to fucking take your country back. I read the most harrowing story ever about Afghans raping some girl who's crying for help and is like, my rage is bubbling over, so that means we need to keep importing people from Afghanistan. I don't want to be like racist or anything. I don't want to be racist or anything. We need to keep importing them, but maybe they shouldn't be allowed to wander around freely until we vet them properly. Oh my fucking god! Holy cuckamole! Nux, you're such a radical. You're such a radical. Yeah, the radical position of I don't like seeing an entire culture getting raped and murdered by orcs that are being let into the Shire by the fistful. Sorry for being radical. The radical position is importing them. The moderate position is getting them the fuck out. Now the question on everyone's mind every single day is who's actually voting for like these left politics, man? Like what is making up the mindset of these people voting for the libtards that just want to absolutely and brutally?
Why weren't you doing anything?
Well, I think I found one of them.
Fucker. Come on. Why do you gotta take so long to fucking reset? And why are you hanging out by the bed, you fucking weirdo?
Every day while living with him?
Yeah, actually, being virtuous is an incredibly positive trait for women, and this is unbelievable. This is like actually insane.
Yeah, stay out of there.
Yeah, you are. What's your password?
What's your password?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine's my mom's birthday. What's yours?
I'll open it.
Here.
Oh my god, 1, 2, 3. I'm holding me.
I'm gonna build home slice at 10. There you go, dude. That's your tent. Stay the fuck out of my hut,
I
man.
don't know why you're offended. Woman discovers accountability. Oh my god.
And right there. 6 feet. Still. Away.
Yeah, definitely stay 6 feet away, bro. You don't know what fucking sexually transmitted diseases you're getting from this bitch.
Jesus. What does it say? It's been a minute. Let's see each other. Let me come pick you up. I'll act right for you, I promise.
Oh my god!
I miss your mouth.
Oh my god! This is the hoification of society is ruining everything. It really is. It's ruining everything. It's crazy,
Bro.
Oh my god.
bro. Listen, man. You know we used to have like cool laws for adulteresses. Okay, the Bible would have death penalty this bitch. I call her the hoe of Babylon, but I don't even think there are that many people in Babylon. It's more like the hoe of like East Asia.
This girl is getting used like a fleshlight.
Oh, a woman's crying.
Everyone's gonna fucking see this shit. You're probably gonna get fired. Oh my god.
Jeez, look at all these messages. Oh my god. 10 hours ago. Look at all these messages. Holy shit.
1, 2, 3. Oh my god. Hey, homie. Let go.
Oh no, a woman's crying. Tear up the Constitution.
Let go.
The modern woman. Man, I don't know why men aren't willing to commit to a relationship. The relationship.
Go with me.
What is she doing?
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Damn.
Oh my.
2 new messages. 2 new messages. Dude.
My god. And it goes on.
And it goes on.
I'm holding me. Dang. Fucking whore.
Jerome! Being shady.
Oh, she's got.
Smack my.
Oh, don't worry, she got Orca on her side. She brought in Java the tank. She brought in Java to defend her ass. That's right. Because you know what'll definitely happen every single one of these instances when you have a woman that makes an unbelievable mistake and sleeps with 22 men. 22 men! While she's in a relationship, she'll get her girlfriend to back her up every single time.
Tank to hold aggro on him. That's smart.
Again. And see your ass. I gave you the opportunity to talk to me verbally, and you didn't. You didn't. You decided not to. You wanted me to find out this way. It sucks.
Yeah?
Yeah, I am here. I know I am.
Okay, cool.
Like I said, no one's talking to you, fat ass bitch.
That's right.
You're obese, don't like you're obese.
Oh no! He was fat phobic! Man, like this is the priority of libtards. It's like he was so mean to her. He abused her. Are you fucking retarded?
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
That's right. Do not even. There's no reason to even go and talk to him. She's not even going to these guys for like support. She's just straight up like the town bicycle. Everyone gets a chance to ride.
That's right.
The thing is, like, I mean, she's cheating on him, right? I mean, that's what's going on. Give me an eye for that. Public toilet? Yeah, kind of close, right? Somebody goes in chat. They say Asma wants to go DM her. Did you?
Saiku's girlfriend be like, no, it's crazy, man. And we just have to like sort of make believe that this is like even remotely normal. It's really not. It's really disgusting, actually. And the homification of society is destroying. It really is. And it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he called her fat. He was sexist. He was misogynistic. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. And you know exactly where the moral systems of these people are. A friend of mine, Nicholas Light, he was recently getting into it on the timeline. Bro, this is one of those fucking text message conversations I've ever seen. You used an F word to shame someone for being gay. Why? Because they went after my wife on their Twitter. There's no justification. I'm disappointed. I thought you were that. You thought wrong. You won't understand how using a slur against someone from a marginalized group is wrong. I don't know. Wow. True, bro. True. Every time I use words like gay or retarded, some gay retard always reminds me those words are hurtful. True. Bro, and it's insane, man. It's crazy. So we know who the dipshits are that are voting. So there was this debate that just happened. This student confronts Isabel Brown, right? Some conservative woman, lady, I guess. And they just had like a debate, all right, a little debate. And it's one of the saddest things. And now I know who's voting for the infinite rape of our generation. There's like, who's voting to import infinite rapists? You know, they're not willing to interact with reality. Well, we found.
What are the building blocks of a baby?
All right, what makes a baby?
2 cells. A sperm. And?
Oh my God, she's gonna cry.
Sperm. A sperm and?
Well, it comes in about every half hour or so. Asks if I want to collab. And I said collab in what? And he never responds.
Confronted by one of the most brainwashed students I've ever seen. It's difficult to believe this.
Must be a bot.
Bro, we need to end universal suffrage, man. We got to repeal the 19th immediately. We need to stop making believe that this democracy is working. It's not, bro. All right, we got to go back to what our founding fathers had.
I am on the north side of the island, aren't I? Yep.
Because this bitch votes.
Studies major here.
Awesome.
This student is
I
going
have a major in fucking nothing in college that I'm now in debt for, so I hate society. Great. Well, look at that. Another successful product of socialism.
argue that the very concept of a mother and a father in the home is actually a racist idea that has been forced upon us.
You speak of this nuclear family.
You speak of this nuclear family. Oh my fucking God.
Father, mother, children.
A family with children,
that's
and
W.
two parents
That's
in the
the
household,
dream.
a mother and a father. That's all nuclear family means. She's going to argue that that is actually racist.
Separating the fact that the nuclear family is inherently racist, and also.
How so?
Because Muslims have like lots of slave wives. Okay, so it's racist against Muslims that want to have like sex slaves. Okay, it's also racist against black people because the dad is not usually home. All right, so like what are we doing here? Are we serious?
So right there we have the biggest flaw on the table. Isabel goes right to it. You're going to hear her voice start to shake because she is on shaky footing.
The nuclear family is built on the idea
Why is she,
in
like,
Western
crying?
media that
Western media,
white mother, a white father, and white children.
What the actual fuck is happening here? Nuclear family just means a dad, a mom, and kids, as opposed to like a homosexual family of whatever the fuck goes on over there, or like that's what it means, or a single mom, or a single dad, or a couple with no kids. A nuclear family just means a mom, a dad, and kids, right? It has nothing to do with white people, right? You think it's about white people because some cultures are less inclined to actually have nuclear families.
Are the best family.
No, that's
okay. So actually, a mother, a father, and kids is the best family, objectively, way better than all the other like degenerate ones, for sure. Don't get me wrong, for sure, absolutely, no doubt. It's been like that way always through all of human civilization. It has nothing to do with white people.
It's just something you were told in your college course. That's not what nuclear family means. What does nuclear family have anything to do with race? Where are you getting this from?
I certainly have never seen anyone say that, but can you tell me who in media created that narrative? Where did that
I'm not talking about media, I'm talking about
Well, you just said
history.
what?
That's why she claims I'm talking about history. She was educated that this is true.
That's right.
About
Well, you just said
history.
that's the brainwashing of society. It's like, I was taught by history that, immigration is good for America. It's like, I was just taught by history.
Western media created this idea. So who in
Okay,
history
I'm
or who
sorry,
in media?
let me backtrack here. Western history created this idea.
Who?
Slave owners.
Slave owners. So slaves didn't have families.
I'm not saying slaves didn't have families. I'm saying that white people saw it fit for slaves to not raise their own children.
I'm trying to track this.
It's crazy, man. They had slavery in every single culture. It has nothing to do with white people. Like, it's crazy that people are still brainwashed like this, Like, it's shocking. It's so shocking that people are this brainwashed. Slavery's everywhere. If these people would have read the Bible in elementary school, they would know that, all right? Because the Bible talks about slavery, and the Egyptians had slaves, etc. So it's crazy watching how taking, God out of the curriculum just cucks an entire culture and brainwashes them and warps them into this. It's like, I don't believe in God because there's no evidence for God. Anyway, the nuclear family is racist because it's all about white people taking black children away from their parents when they're slaves. It's like, wait, so you believe in that, but you don't believe in the Bible?
The logic here. According to her, slave owners created the concept of the nuclear family so that slaves would have children to have more slaves. I'm not sure. This doesn't logically track.
Okay, well, here we go. This is going to get really interesting. Ultimately, I would just like to clarify, I don't think I actually used the word nuclear once in my speech tonight. I talked about the family, but I was more than willing to check the record, and I don't think I mentioned the word nuclear, because I will tell you from my experience in this first year of being a mom, it does take a great team. In fact, I just answered another question about the team that it does.
Crazy L that she's not mentioning the fact that it has nothing to do with race, by the way. Like, it is crazy that she's not mentioning that.
Does take to raise a thriving, beautiful family, and it takes a whole lot of hands on deck.
Shout out to Rattlesnake TV. I found this interaction on his channel. He made an interesting point that this was such a layup. Isabel could have just played with their food here. She's kind of taking it easy on her. I would even argue that Isabel is being too charitable to the student.
Way too charitable. You need to destroy these people. Like, you need to humiliate them. Oh no, it's mean. Yeah. Sometimes you have to be mean. This nice shit really, obviously didn't work in society. So you have to sometimes be brutally honest. No, I'm tired of this. You should humiliate these people for sure. Humiliate the ideas and let it ride.
On ground that I don't think is worth conceding.
And I actually, in many ways, might agree with the fact that the nuclear family, as we have looked at it post-industrial revolution, may not be the best thriving support system for the family to thrive in society. That's a controversial thing to say.
This has nothing to do with the post-industrial revolution. A household with two parents intact with children.
Dude, every time it's like, I'm so black-pilled on it. It's like, oh, this is a conservative female influencer, and it's just, they're just like a feminist. Every time.
Hang on, I gotta.
Crazy, man.
That's all nuclear family means. What could possibly be problematic about that?
People like Milo Rose have done an amazing job uncovering that that's actually a pretty modern idea, relatively speaking, in the lens of human history, to just have mom and dad and two kids.
Almost forgot about my jambalaya.
Dad leaves at 7 a.m. and doesn't come back until 7 p.m. and mom has no system of support around.
This is retarded, bro. Obviously, okay, alright, so you want to really get involved. Alright, so a nuclear family is two parents, a mother and a father with children. Okay, now the mother tends to normally live around family. So there is the grandmother, the siblings, the cousins of the children that could play together, etc. So if that's what she's referring to by support system, then that's not some sort of contradiction with the nuclear family.
Sure.
Fair enough, but you're talking about something different than nuclear family.
Yeah,
you're talking about the role of the tribe.
Right, so it's really nice if you have a tribe or a community, or if you have an extended family that's a bigger support system for sure, but it doesn't negate the fact that the nuclear family is obviously super hyper important to every single child and every single person.
Community.
Actually, throughout human history, and particularly biblical history, there's been multi-generational living, there's been a lot more village support in educating and raising your children together.
Then she gets back on track because
Again, that is not a contradiction to the nuclear family that you need a father and a mother and kids in order to have a thriving family. It's not a contradiction.
At the end of the day, this is extremely simple, but watch what happens.
It takes a woman and a man to create a baby, and both a mom and a dad have beautiful things to offer in raising a child that the other just can't replicate.
The funny thing is, obviously, according to religion, this is true, that you need a father and a mother in order to build a healthy relationship and a healthy family and stuff, but just logically, like even if you want to go the evolution route, why do you think evolutionarily speaking, all right, humanity would evolve that you need a male and a female in order to have a family, if not for the fact that both a male and a female contribute? Like even if you want to go the full-ass gay-theist hardcore evolution route, it still makes sense that it should be a male and a female raising a family. It's so retarded on every level. It's logically retarded. It's obviously religiously retarded. But like it's crazy that we even need to have these discussions. Like that the brainwashing is so thorough that you actually need to explain to these probably dadless people why actually having a father in their life is important.
We've tried throughout history. Entire civilizations and empires have fallen as a result of our trying. Look at the Roman Empire throughout history. And I think we're realizing just now, buying into so many of these postmodern propagandized lies, that it's just not replicable to raise a children in a home without a mother and a father.
True.
It's possible,
That's
but
true.
it certainly shouldn't be the ideal.
Absolutely.
It's something we should be fighting for.
No doubt.
Recently, a jury ordered you.
Literally no doubt. That's just like objectively true.
Where's your monkey?
It's just brutal watching these
Huh?
people fall for this shit, man. Like her life is cooked, this student.
Argue that the very concept of a mother and a father in the home is actually a racist idea that we.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Like, this girl is getting set up to have a miserable life. A life where she's not going to get married, where she's not going to have kids, and where she's going to regret everything. So she has to exist by propagandizing another generation to be just as miserable as she is. Right? Like, it's just so sad.
We have been conditioned to.
What scientific proof proves that a mother and father are the ideal?
Oh my god!
What scientific proof do we have to justify that a mother and a father are necessary?
Like,
well, a whole lot, actually. I mean, if you look at the statistics of fatherlessness homes and fatherlessness in our society, kids who grow up without a
And
dad.
she's like, whoa, mentioning fatherlessness, that's obviously racist against black people. Like, bro, do you understand what you're
far more likely to experience being incarcerated in their life, to deal with substance abuse, to experience suicidation. Young women who grew up without a father are much
more likely to be hoes. Much more likely to become a hoe if you don't have a dad.
More likely to experience anxiety, depression, eating disorders, again, suicide. So the data and the evidence is there, and certainly moms are so important to raising children. We serve a purpose that men could never begin to serve.
Women have boobs.
Biologically by nourishing us.
That's what I'm talking about.
But so much else. Sorry, men. Like, you just can't replicate the role of a mom in a baby's life. But starting back at the beginning, what does it even take to create a baby?
Great question.
What are the building blocks of a baby? 2 cells. A sperm and?
Bro, no.
Sperm.
A sperm.
Oh my
and-
god, this is miserable. An egg? Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. What scientific evidence do you need to say that mom and dad are important?
Why is she on the verge of tears? If you're this upset, reflect on why.
The father.
And the egg comes from?
The mother.
So if we literally can't even create babies without the participation of both a mom and a dad, we're trying in the most dystopian ways possible with new technology, and it's not working out very well, then of course we should continue to explain that relationship throughout a child's life beyond just conception too,
And
right?
Yet you push this procreation narrative.
You're so pro-creation, which is racist. I'm anti-creation. I think that we should all actually fucking die.
What is it?
Leftist policies just boil down to, actually, I think we should all just be dead.
Procreation narrative versus what? So is your narrative anti-creation?
Yes.
Don't have.
Yes! 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 Leftist policies are inherently psychopathic and evil. Yes! Yes! All the feminism shit is convincing women to not get married. It's turning them into hoes. It's ruining relationships. Be a girl boss. Shit like that. Don't have a family. Alright, maybe look into a family once you're 40 and your eggs dried up and fell out of your uterus. Alright, maybe then you should look into a family. Alright, but dude, it is so obvious. It is an anti-creation narrative. Yes. Yes, actually.
Kids.
Yet you can't even provide an answer on how systems need to change to provide for the other children that are currently
If
living in the United States,
Huh?
fatherless, motherless.
She's arguing against her own position.
That's crazy. So yeah, that's a bad thing. You're right. So we should promote nuclear family. Exactly. And then we get back to that. So fucking sad.
Pointing out the importance of having.
It's so sad. It's just so sad.
Let's talk about that. I would love to talk about that. If the big gotcha here is that I'm pro-creation, yeah, I'm pro-creation. I am much more pro-creating new life than killing new life, because I think ultimately that is the biggest humanitarian crisis that any society has ever dealt with in our entire society. I often get screamed at for being this pro-creation advocate in society. I absolutely am. And if the alternative is to promote the genocide of innocent children in the womb at the altar of the abortion industry, please.
And look at her just be like, what? She's just completely right. Absolutely. We've conditioned our women to murder their own babies. Like, understand the level of psyop that needed to exist to get to this point.
Keep throwing the insults my way, because it's the biggest badge of honor I could possibly wear.
It's pretty much over. She really has no response to any of this.
But I often find is the easy, low-hanging fruit in a political debate, and I wouldn't even call this a debate, I think it's a conversation, to say that people who call themselves pro-life or pro-creation only care about a baby until it's born, and then you immediately forget about those people. That could not be further from the truth, and we do need to link arms across the aisle to systematically create a better culture that supports the family instead of just industry. I hope that answered your question. I know we have a lot of people in line too.
Just miserable, man. It's just miserable that these people could vote. It's miserable that these people vote, and then they vote, and their votes are anti-creation. Wow, what a great way to wrap that one. Anyway, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you guys. Everybody subscribe for every day new deep dive on all of the things the way they need to be covered. Appreciate you immensely. You're all awesome. Beautiful, wonderful people created in the image of God. And I'm super grateful that you have decided to take this journey with me. We make fun of retards and shame them publicly, because it's important. Yeah, so every time I get canceled, I'm like, oh, dude, I'm getting canceled for generalizing. It could be important to Afghanistan. They're all I'm not saying that. I just don't want to take a chance. I don't want to have that coin toss every time. I don't want you generalizing when you're saying that leftists are, unethical psychopaths. Am I though? Am I really generalizing people whose stances are anti-creation? We got
Stop rolling.
Advocating for, pro-stealing and pro-murder. Miss me with that shit, and do not fall for the psyop on the right, where leftists are funding right-wingers to be violent, so that they can basically Jussie Smollett the entire system. So keep your eyes open, pay attention to what's happening, definitely subscribe, appreciate you guys, and once again, I'm super grateful for all this. Every day, another deep dive. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Slave labor was a huge aspect of Roman life, and the Republic depended heavily on the free work from human beings who had no rights, no possessions, and were left at the whims of their masters to be worked to death, starved, tortured, sometimes even killed for the sake of enjoyment. Sure, you may have seen Russell Crowe play one in a movie, but chances are you have no idea just how brutal it really was. Today we're exploring what it was really like to be a Roman slave. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Oh, and one more thing, leave a comment and let us know what topics you would like to hear about. Now, we roam. Slaves in ancient Rome didn't just work as domestic or agricultural workers. They did pretty much every single kind of menial job you can imagine. Generally classified as urban or rural, slaves did everything from cooking and cleaning to mining for silver. On country estates, slaves might perform both domestic and non-domestic tasks, even working as smiths, bakers, and guards. Occasionally, urban slaves would work as accountants and managers for businessmen. If you were a slave that originated as a prisoner of war, you might have been sold off to the public and could have been tasked with fighting fires, tending to public buildings, and even working as an executioner. Some Roman slaves lived their entire lives from birth to death working as the property of the master, but others were able to mop up a little dough, a luckier fate. The oldest and easiest way for a slave to achieve freedom was simply being given freedom by one's master. Perhaps in a will, although some sort of ceremony or payment usually went along with it. Some folks became slaves by selling themselves into servitude to repay their debts over a certain amount of time. If that was the case, you'd be freed as soon as your contract was complete. Slaves could also accumulate accumulate money by giving up peculium, or account, that they controlled while under the authority of a master. This type of wealth could be land or currency, and although it was technically still under the control of the master, slaves could use this as a tool to purchase their freedom. After buying their freedom, slaves didn't just magically become full-fledged Roman citizens, though. After the process of manumission, aka buying their freedom, these former slaves were more like conditional citizens and became clients of their former owners. They were also restricted from taking public office. And if you were under the age of 30 and wanted to buy your way out of servitude, you were completely out of luck. According to the Roman jurist Gaius, slaves under the age of 30 could not be free during the 1st century CE. Being a slave was cruel and unbearable during any time period, and the Roman slaves were no exception. Slaves who were considered property of the masters were expected to behave. If they didn't, the consequences were nightmare fuel. In Maniacomi by Plautus, a 2nd century playwright attributes the following words to Messene, a slave. Stripes,
Alright, hang on.
the mill,
My jambalaya
weariness,
should be
hunger,
done.
bitter cold, fine pay for idleness. That's what I'm mightily afraid of. Surely, then, it's much better to be good than to be bad. I don't mind tongue lashings, but I do hate real floggings. Yikes. Slave owners could beat and punish slaves harshly, inflicting everything from whippings to chains and fetters. Masters also had free reign to sell their slaves, execute them by hanging or crucifixion, and make them do the worst possible tasks as punishment. And if you tried to run away, they'd brand you. Ouch! Nothing sounds less appetizing than limited rations of bread, right? Well, slaves, being the lowest rung of Roman society, were clearly not eating like kings. This guy, Cato the Elder, who was a soldier, statesman, and historian from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, wrote about the daily needs of agricultural slaves.
Alright, we let that sit for a bit.
For food and drink. According to Cato, slaves should receive wheat to make bread, although shackled slaves who couldn't grind their own grain were to receive bread itself. When slaves worked the fields during the summer, more flour was needed, as was additional wine. If we were working in the hot Roman fields all summer for no money, we'd be in need of additional wine too. In addition to bread and wine, slaves ate what Cato termed relish. This Roman relish, however, was not exactly what you'd find on a baseball stadium hot dog. Instead of pickles, it was made of olives. During the 1st century BCE, slaves rounded out their diets by gathering wild fruits and vegetables, as well as cultivating crops on their own. Domestic slaves got the opportunity to start urban gardens. Of course, they always had the option of picking at their master's leftovers. While most slaves functioned as a coerced unpaid labor pool, some enslaved men and women got to join the ranks of criminals and prisoners of war in the gladiator ring. Made up mostly from slaves, the first gladiatorial contests appeared as early as the 3rd century BCE. One famous slave, Spartacus, was actually trained in one of Rome's gladiator schools. And if the idea of a gladiator school sounds cool to you, let's just say these gladiator training academies weren't exactly sleepaway camps. Gladiators in training were treated more or less like prisoners, but did receive food, medical attention, and specialized apparatus training. Treated more like investments than human beings, these performers weren't seen very often. They were too valuable, according to archaeologist Wolfgang Neubauer. Many former slaves also volunteered to be gladiators. With limited opportunities after buying their freedom, aka manumission, they essentially gave themselves back to servitude, swearing a gladiatorial oath to be burned by fire, bound by chains, to be beaten, to die by the sword. Okay, for an oath, we've got to admit, the gladiator oath is pretty hardcore. But you've got to imagine conditions for freed slaves had to be pretty terrible if they were earnestly volunteering to fight to the death. One thing that urban and rural slaves had in common was that they both lived in rooms that were typically far removed from their masters and overseers. Domestic servants still lived in their master's house, sometimes even sleeping close enough to tend to his or her needs overnight. There was a decided effort to keep slaves separate from free men and women. Typically, a slave's quarters would be located near storage facilities and were usually shared with other slaves. Imagine a bunk bed next to a garage, but Roman. If you were a Roman slave, chances are your style wasn't exactly on point. Slaves were forced to wear simple clothing, not much different than garments worn by poor freemen and women. Masters provided a tunic of 3 feet and a half, clothed once in 2 years. If you had a long torso, it seems like you'd be out of luck. Also, once in 2 years, good shoes should be given. Imagine only getting 1 pair of shoes every 2 years. And this is during a time when duct tape didn't exist. To add insult to injury, male slaves weren't allowed to wear the one quintessential Roman fashion garment, togas. Female slaves were also forbidden from wearing stolas, a dress worn over their tunic. According to Seneca, the Roman Senate once considered instituting a uniform for slaves to more clearly distinguish them in society. They ultimately decided against it to prevent slaves from knowing just how many of their ranks existed. Bone-chilling. Why would the Roman Senate be concerned that the slaves knew how many of them there were? Well, because there were a lot of them. I mean, a lot. The sheer number of slaves in Roman society resulted in tension and fears about revolt. Romans had a right to be worried. Slave tensions were rising in the Roman Empire, and it was only a matter of time before large-scale revolts began to bubble up. Aside from minor skirmishes, there was one famous large-scale slave rebellion that truly posed a risk to Roman society. Remember Spartacus, who we talked about earlier, the slave who was sent to train at gladiator school? Well, that same guy grew up to lead a slave revolt that included around 70,000 slaves and supporters fighting the Roman army. Now those are some serious numbers. Spartacus and his forces fought against the Roman military several times from 73 to 71 BCE, defeating them 3 times before being slain. According to sources, Spartacus fought valiantly to the end, wounded by a spear thrust in the thigh, but went down on one knee, held a shield in front of him, and fought off his attackers until he and a great number of his followers were encircled and fell. While Spartacus and his army may have lost in the end, their fight didn't amount to nothing. Concerns over future uprisings prompted some legal action to ensure, or at least encourage, better treatment of slaves. Unlike other historical forms of slavery, Roman slavery was not dependent upon race or ethnicity, and the number of slaves varied at any given time. After the Punic Wars during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, thousands of men and women were enslaved, many of whom served as artisans, craftsmen, and agricultural laborers. As the empire expanded, Rome took more and more prisoners of war, and tons of non-Romans were enslaved, including individuals from Greece, Egypt, North Africa, Gaul, and Asia Minor. Apparently, Rome was an equal opportunity slave nation, I guess. Female slaves were not exempt from manual labor, but they often performed personal duties under the auspices of elite and wealthy Roman women. Slaves could be trained to apply cosmetics and do hair, kind of like a glam squad that's forced to be there and doesn't get paid. Other female slaves even served as wet nurses for wealthy Roman women. That is one bad boob job. Empress Livia, Augustus's wife, had more than 1,000 attendants, many of whom were female and male slaves alike. Female slaves were also vulnerable to the whims of male masters and could end up as the unfortunate victims of sexual abuse, sometimes with the masters charging a fee for the male slaves to engage in these heinous acts. Surrounded by all this pain and suffering, it's no wonder female and male slaves alike were itching to jump into the gladiator ring. Slavery was pervasive and fundamental to the Roman economy, but there were different opinions on how slaves should be viewed in Roman society. Stoics, most notably Seneca the Younger, wrote about the relationship between slave and master, emphasizing the humanity of the former alongside the responsibility of the latter to be kind and paternalistic. According to Seneca, a slave sprang from the same stock, is smiled upon by the same skies, and on equal terms with yourself breathes, lives, and dies. Former slave Epictetus lived and taught in Rome, also calling for the fair treatment of slaves by masters. Epictetus found slaves to be noble, but is nobility the same as freedom? Not exactly. One thing's for certain, any society that depends on slave labor is not a sustainable and just culture. Good thing slavery fell along with the Roman Empire in 476 CE. Because mentions of meat are few and far between in histories of the era, a popular misconception formed that Roman soldiers were vegetarians. However, nothing could be further from the truth, except maybe thinking they were vegans. In fact, meat is believed to have accounted for nearly a quarter of the calories in a Roman soldier's diet. Roman legions often kept their own cattle to slaughter, and were actually issued a small ration of meat by the government, usually a pound of bacon. The exact amount Vanilla Ice would later cook alongside sucker MCs. However, without refrigeration, that ration wouldn't go too far. So to make sure they were getting their daily supply of protein, legionnaires would eat pretty much any animal they were capable of catching. Archaeologists have found equipment used for roasting and boiling meat. This, of course, raises the question, if Roman soldiers ate meat, why do so many people believe they didn't? Well, first off, it's not an unreasonable assumption, since Roman gladiators commonly swore off meat. Sort of like Hugh Jackman preparing for another Wolverine movie. The confusion is also partially attributable to Appian of Alexandria, a historian who lived during the reigns of emperors Trajan, Hadrian, and Antoninus Pius. When describing Lucius Lucullus's unsuccessful winter campaign of 150 BCE in central Spain, Appian wrote, "Their soldiers were sick because of the unaccustomed food which the country afforded. They had no wine, no salt, no vinegar, no oil, but lived on wheat and barley, and the flesh of deer and rabbits boiled without salt, which caused dysentery, from which many died." Many historians interpreted this to mean that Roman soldiers did not usually eat meat at all, but other sources make it clear that soldiers were merely reluctant to eat meat that wasn't treated with salt, since it was likely to spoil. Appian, in other passages, mentioned soldiers eating boiled and roasted meat, and the historian Plutarch reports that soldiers were supposed to eat meat, bread, and stew. Given how susceptible meat was to infection and decay, plus the fact that this was several centuries before the invention of McDonald's French fries, every soldier received a generous salt ration. This was considered essential because weak soldiers made a weak legion. In fact, salt was so important to survival that military salt works were established anytime a legion found themselves too far from seawater. To really drive home how valuable salt was to the Romans, we'd like to point out that the English word salary is derived from the Latin word salaria, which means pay, and was used to describe a soldier's pay, which they could use to buy more salt. The Roman author Pliny the Elder believed that the word salarium itself was derived from the word salarius, which means salt. He even claimed that Roman soldiers received their wages in the form of salt, which, while appreciated on the battlefield, was presumably difficult to invest. In addition to roasted and boiled meat, many Roman soldiers also kept a supply of lucanica, which was a type of dried sausage that was good for eating on the go, like gas station beef jerky. According to a 5th century book on ancient cuisine called De Re Coquinaria, lucanica was a smoked sausage made with black pepper, cumin, savory, rue, parsley, bay laurel oil, liquamen, and well-minced lean meat. The book doesn't mention what kind of meat was used, but other ancient sources suggest it might have been a pork sausage, and that the dish was often served with white porridge. Lucanica is actually still eaten in Italy to this very day, although the recipe has changed a bit over the centuries. Look for it under the slightly different name of luganica. Grains were a primary source of sustenance for Rome's fearsome legions. Cereal grains gave Roman soldiers the quick energy bursts they needed for training and surviving on a battlefield. In fact, the typical Roman soldier ate somewhere in the neighborhood of 1/3 of a ton of grain on an annual basis. That's a whole lot of frosted flakes. That being the case, one of the most basic staples of a Roman soldier's diet was bread. Unlike meat, fish, fruits, or vegetables, bread wouldn't spoil in the heat. It was also easy to make, transport, and store in large amounts, regardless of climate. The Greek historian Polybius reported that in his day, a Roman infantry soldier was rationed 26 kilograms of bread or hardtack, which was a type of biscuit or cracker made from flour, water, and salt, each month. Despite Polybius's testimony, modern historians believe it was far more common that legionnaires were provided with grain, which they would then have to make into bread themselves. We know from several ancient sources that Roman legionnaires were expert bakers and cooks. Each soldier had to carry his own rations, and when camp was made, each soldier would have to grind his own wheat into flour using the mill. That mill was typically shared with many other soldiers, so you could probably assume a line formed. There's something appealing about the idea of warriors baking, like if Wonder Bread were a branch of the Special Forces. The bread baked by Roman soldiers, which was known as panis militaris, or military bread, was very similar to bread as we know it today. The basic type was a mix of flour, water, and salt, but depending on the season, millet, barley, and oats may also be included. Some soldiers also included animal fat from their meat ration to increase the calorie count. Once the dough was mixed, it was left to rise in a humid environment. Next, it would be placed under a small bell-shaped bread oven known as a cleavinus. You know, it kind of sounds like more historic battles could have been settled with a bake-off. Legionnaires didn't just get their grain to make bread. They also used it to create porridge, which is basically just wet bread, so hold your applause. Known as pulmentum, or pulse, the porridge was highly nutritious and easy to make in the field. It could be made from grains like millet, barley, farro, or spelt. The base ingredient would be toasted on hot stones, then ground up and mixed with boiling water, salt, and sometimes meat, if any slow-moving animals happen to be nearby. The resulting mush could be eaten as porridge, or allowed to set into firm cakes, which was a handy way of preserving leftovers. Porridge making was such a common practice that in the early Republic era, Roman soldiers were given the nickname Politifagonives, or porridge eaters, by their Greek neighbors. Cheese occupied a central place in the diet of Roman military men. A legionnaire's daily rations typically included 1 ounce of hard cheese, or as the Romans called it, dry cheese, known as pecorino. Pecorino translates from Italian as sheep, so you can probably guess where it came from. That's right, the dairy section of the Sheeply Wiggly. Just kidding. Sheep and goats were a common source of cheese in Mediterranean regions. Soldiers stationed in the northern parts of Europe, however, tended to use the milk of cows they impounded from the locals. And in the later parts of the Roman era, cow's milk would become more popular in general. Cheese was popular because its fat contributed to disease resistance and longevity. Also, many of the soldiers owned their own livestock, which made it cheap and convenient to make cheese from the milk of their own animals. Romans were actually so big on cheese, they often educated new subjects they conquered in the fine art of cheese making. Can you imagine? First, your village is razed during a siege. Now your captors are making you take cheese-making courses, typically booked by newlyweds on their honeymoon. War truly is hell. Unlike your average 5-year-old, Roman soldiers love to eat vegetables. Unfortunately, vegetables tend to spoil quickly and don't travel easily. So if the legions wanted vegetables, they usually had to, steal them. Farmers just had to live with the possibility that on any given day an army might show up on their land and take some or even all of their crops. It is a matter of historical record that you just couldn't say no to the Roman legion. As for what kinds of vegetables the Roman army consumed, that's a bit of a mystery. Historians tend to think the soldiers probably weren't too picky. When it came to vegetables, if it was edible, the legionnaires were probably willing to eat it. That being said, whatever they were eating didn't seem to help them ward off scurvy, as reports of the disease were fairly common. Sounds like they should have plundered a few citrus groves. So with all this meat and cheese and grain to eat, the soldiers obviously needed something to wash it all down. And that something was usually posca. Essentially just spoiled wine or vinegar mixed with water, posca was sometimes mixed with herbs, salt, lemon juice, or fruit to make it a little tastier. Emphasis on a little. Posca was typically associated with slaves, paupers, and lower-ranking soldiers. In fact, it was so strongly associated with the common man that generals and other high-ranking officers would often drink posca with the rank-and-file troops as a show of solidarity. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of a factory owner scoring points for the workforce by sharing a six-pack of Milwaukee's best with them. Posca had the reputation of being an acquired taste that was surprisingly refreshing. As a bonus, it had the ability to disinfect non-potable water. Actually, that kind of makes it sound like you shouldn't be drinking it, right? Of course, when it came to drinking, Roman soldiers often wanted something a little stronger than posca, namely wine. Wine was supposed to be drunk on alternate days with posca, but the soldiers had a habit of overindulging. In fact, legionnaires liked their wine so much that on several occasions, generals had to issue decrees to prevent them from getting too hammered. The Roman soldiers were so into wine that they planted vineyards wherever they went. Beer, which was popular with the Celts and Germanic tribes, was considered a barbarian drink that wasn't fit for a Roman legionnaire. The feeling, however, was not mutual. The Celts and the Germanic tribes apparently held Roman wine in such high regard, they sometimes traded one slave per jar for it, and that wasn't even the really good stuff. The wine consumed by Roman warriors wasn't the same quality of what the emperor or the nobles and senators drank. While the wounded or the sick would sometimes get a taste of the better vintages, what your average soldier drank was actually more chemically similar to vinegar. That being said, the soldiers definitely weren't complaining. It was still better than posca, was usually much safer to drink than the water found in the field, and acted as a counteragent against pathogens and bacteria. We'd definitely drink to that. Job security is a big deal in modern society, and it was in the ancient world as well. If you joined the Roman army, for better or for worse, you were likely in it for the long haul. The typical Roman soldier served for a whopping 25 years, often running from the time they were 18 until they had reached their mid-40s. Of course, many soldiers didn't survive that long, but those who did typically found themselves set for life. The emperor granted all retired soldiers land of their own and a lifetime pension. In times of peace, this was downright lucrative, but the retirement benefits were so good that even during war, many men didn't hesitate to sign up. Despite all the blood and brutality, the average Roman soldier lived a better life than most in the empire, which really says a lot about what life in ancient Rome was like for your average Joe. Many civilian jobs were unstable, with pay rates negotiated for every single gig. As a soldier, however, you could always rely on steady pay, and you often had easy access to facilities civilians struggled to have access to. Bakeries, hospitals, and baths were a part of most barracks, and even broke soldiers could use them for free. And let's not overlook that the land a soldier earned after retirement was incredibly attractive, because Romans were often living cramped lifestyles in the city. So, we've established that being a Roman soldier, even in times of war, could have some pretty huge upsides. But as you probably guessed, the profession came with a lot of risks, too. And not just in battle. Soldiers judged disobedient, cowardly, or grievously incompetent by their commanders often faced extremely strict and sometimes highly cruel forms of punishment.
Right out! I shall not run away from Spartacus 100 times!
Centurions, who led the legions, carried canes used to strike soldiers to enforce their will or tighten up a sloppy march. Small mistakes like that could lead to beatings or even prison time. One particular centurion named Rekt was known as another here because he beat his soldiers so severely he often needed multiple canes for a single punishment. If you're wondering why the soldiers would stand for such shabby treatment, it's probably worth noting they didn't always. Rekt was off during the Pannonian Mutiny. Larger mistakes resulted in even more severe punishment, up to and including execution. One particularly grisly punishment, decimation, meant that 10% of your unit was simply, and somewhat arbitrarily, killed. Most infamously, General Marcus Licinius Crassus ordered 500 soldiers decimated for cowardice in the gladiator wars. Every group of 10 drew lots, and the unlucky soul who got the short straw was bludgeoned by their 9 close comrades. If you want to get a sense of what that must have been like, the Star series Spartacus, War of the Damned, dramatized this use of decimation in the 4th episode of the 3rd season, titled appropriately enough, Decimation. One thing the movies got right is that Roman legionaries tended to arm themselves to the teeth with heavy battle equipment. Every soldier wore iron armor and a metal helmet, typically fashioned from either iron or bronze, over a wool tunic. Their scutum shields added the most weight, but it was worth it because they were pretty versatile, providing both protection and an iron knob for bashing the enemy. The pilum, which was a large spear designed to be tossed before the start of close combat, was the Roman soldier's first weapon. It was made of a soft metal that bent on impact, so it couldn't be reused by the Romans' opponents. If forced into a tight situation, their gladius swords proved excellent stabbing weapons. Legionaries, however, almost never carried ranged weapons, as those were reserved primarily for specialized auxiliaries. Joining the army came with a ton of benefits, and ultimately could prove to be one's ticket to the good life. So, not surprisingly, lots of people wanted in. Potential recruits endured a battery of medical and athletic tests to ensure they were already fit to fight. Basically, they wanted men who didn't need a great deal of physical training before they entered the battlefield. Recruits also had to prove they were of Roman birth to be a legionary. But both legionaries and auxiliaries were required to be freeborn. If an enslaved person was discovered to have enlisted, those responsible were slain. If you met all the necessary requirements, you were finally allowed to swear an oath of loyalty to the emperor and head off to the barracks. Roman generals and tacticians devised formations and strategies that were infamous throughout the world. The standard formation was known as the triplex Accius, 3 lines of warriors arranged like a chessboard, spaced out to allow easy throwing of the pilum and free use of the gladius, when tight enough to repel enemy offensives. The scutum shield was key to many powerful defense formations, such as forming a hollow square to repel cavalry or an overhead shell to protect from arrows and spears. But the success of the Roman forces wasn't all about
Jesus, where the hell is this thing?
equipment. They also used cleverness to their advantage between battles, training some of the first messenger pigeons to deliver information from spies, and digging hidden trenches in the night so the enemy's horses would fall inside. You would think a military force as formidable as the Roman army would be on the cutting edge of weapons technology, but that wasn't always the case. In fact, the Romans were surprisingly slow to integrate siege weapons into their armies. They often assembled and devised artillery based on Greek designs, and only iterated as necessary. However, after Julius Caesar's success with siege engines at Alesia, the devices became a powerful and well-integrated part of the Roman arsenal. The most famous Roman siege weapon, the ballista, hurled massive stones and was known as the onager, or the wild ass, for their incredible kickback after firing. Smaller ballista designed to fire heavy bolts were known as caro ballista, or scorpio. Being a soldier came with rewards, but not everyone reaped them equally. Those who were citizens of the Roman Empire did the best, whereas those who weren't didn't get nearly the same benefits from serving.
Well, there's no cake. Next year, eh? You bet me an extra big one.
You see, Roman citizens became full-fledged legionaries, but non-citizens had to become mere auxiliaries. These forces weren't as well respected, didn't earn as much pay, and instead of land and a pension, got a military diploma, granting them and their offspring Roman citizenship. Additionally, soldiers from influential families were often promoted faster, surprise, surprise, and older men typically ordered the younger soldiers to take the most dangerous positions on the front lines. Despite the empire's size, the Romans often did not integrate well with their new subjects. If a tribe or kingdom they sought to conquer had the gall to fight them or force them into a siege, only the women and children would have any hope of surviving. Even alliances with foreigners were seen as temporary. When the Celtic king Prasutagus died, leaving ally Emperor Nero half his estate, the Romans responded by taking control of his kingdom and brutally punishing his rebellious family. Romans regarded those dwelling in their empire without Roman citizenship as being of low status, and such people were subject to especially gruesome and horrific punishments like crucifixion.
Crucifixion? Yes, good. Out of the door, line on the left, 1 cross each.
While movies and television tend to portray Roman soldiers as battle-hardened warriors constantly on the march to their next confrontation, it wasn't usually like that in real life. On average, Roman soldiers lived a mundane and hard-working existence. Some took up specialties, filling in as doctors, bakers, potters, and blacksmiths when the barracks needed them. At one time or another, soldiers were put to work on the infrastructure of the empire. In peacetime, leaders of the legion often became administrators, overseeing the construction of roads, bridges, and aqueducts built by soldiers' hands. And regardless of whether it was time of peace or war, there was always plenty of dirty work that had to be done.
Pass me the sponge on the stick, will you, Marcus?
They don't really point this out in the movies either, but the truth is, Roman barracks were essentially small cities, and like any city, they needed daily upkeep and maintenance. Soldiers were put to the dirtiest and most mundane tasks like cleaning boots, replacing old pipes, and scrubbing the walls of the baths. The worst of these jobs was, naturally, latrine duty. On any given day, a legionary could find himself cleaning feces out of blocked pipes and emptying full latrine pits. Speaking of being domestic, history teaches us that a Roman soldier was not allowed to marry. From the time a soldier's service started until it ended, they were not allowed to take a wife. Pretty much any activity that was considered a distraction from serving the empire was discouraged. Of course, this didn't stop soldiers from sneaking off and taking unofficial wives and girlfriends from the nearby towns.
Alright, hang on. Oh, I'm gonna go get me some jambalaya.
Man, it must be rough being a leftist these days. You get exposed for funding billions of dollars or millions, many millions, into the hands of the KKK to foment fake violence on the right so that you can organize your entire political party to combat racism. And then you get absolute morons like Hassan Piker just said the quiet part out loud. So his entire career is dead right now, by the way. Like, a lot of you don't realize that. He's like giga cooked. And everyone is shredding him, both on the left and the right. And by the fact that the Democrats are aligning with this guy, it's just completely destroying their party.
Yeah, no, I'm pro-piracy all the way. Like, across the board. Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could. If one could.
What does that mean?
Pirate a car. It was just a classic thing back in the day. The government-funded anti-piracy initiatives would be like, would you steal a car? I'm like, yeah, sure. If I get away with it.
Yeah, sure. He would steal a car. God, I absolutely love this for so many reasons. It's just like, America is based on Christian culture. It's based on a culture that appreciates the fundamentals, the Ten Commandments. You know, thou shalt not steal is an actual moral principle that Hassan just doesn't believe in. This fucking perk cockroach just doesn't believe in it. He exists in a whole other moral plane. He's an anti-American putz that is just glorious watching him continue to put his foot in his mouth every single time. He just broadcasts his anti-American stances to the world. It's like, wait, you fucking shot your dog? Holy shit, man.
If it was as easy as, you know, pirating IP, I would do it.
I love how he's just pro-stealing, like unapologetically pro-theft, because he comes from a shithole, all right? Because he is a third worlder, ideologically speaking. He believes that your land exists to get raped by us.
Would you dine and dash from your local diner?
Never. Except 35%. Mike's, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that. And if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably pay for their meal.
Would you?
This is so generous.
Steal?
I would steal your car, but I would make sure that my local diner gets paid. Dude, absolute fucking insanity. I love how this guy's little roach mind exists as like, the things I care about, I'm gonna fund arbitrarily. But the things I don't really care about or have an opinion about, I'm just gonna rape and steal and pillage. Like, he's like actually one of the fucking orcs that are in our shire right now.
A book from the library?
Never.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
Because they're rich, so therefore we should pillage them. We should be the barbarians in the fucking shire.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely.
God, I love how anti-American and evil these people are. Thou shalt not steal is not like, I love how these people like just view morality through their own little personal gay bubble, alright? And that's why the left is an echo chamber of psychopaths. They have no morality that they can actually stand upon. Now, the funny thing is, any argument that you can make for why you would steal from the Louvre is exactly why you should be able to steal from any of these people. Alright, I don't even need to come from like a biblical moral perspective saying that actually stealing is immoral inherently, not just because of the harm that it does to your neighbor, because it's inherently immoral, but also society collapses. Hassan is a fucking multi-millionaire. He's probably worth $50 million. Right? What are we even talking about here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like, you know, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme.
Yeah, it's the cryptocurrencies that are scamming everybody, not the Somali pirates that we're importing into our country. Man, it's so wild watching this guy. It's crazy. Anyway, he keeps going. He's actually pro-stealing from corporations.
Right, guys?
I'm pro-stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their workers.
They don't steal anything from their own workers. He's complaining that they don't pay them more. I'm sorry, so don't work for them. They don't steal from their workers. Again, this person has absolutely zero moral continuity in anything that he says. Look, this is the same argument you can make that I actually support stealing from Hassan Piker, because he steals from his moderators.
However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that the automated process that they designed, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations, regardless.
So?
And
Why is that bad? Like, I love how this guy is such a piece of shit. It's unbelievable. Stealing is inherently bad. He'd just be like, oh, actually, I'm a third worlder. Stealing is great.
they still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers that they
Damn, sounds like they did good business.
used to hire.
I love how he's like, actually, progress is bad because progress means that you're going to be more effective. So progress is bad. We should all just exist in slowly deteriorating societal shitholes. Because why would you ever improve things? Oh my god, you invented a sewing machine? Do you have any idea how many seamstresses you're going to put out of business right now? Like, this is just the anti-progress perspective. It's a third world ideology. It's why Somalia is a shithole.
As opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process.
Totally. Well, I was looking things up, and shrinkage is roughly equal internally as externally. Like, they expect it from their employees that they are sort of disenfranchising constantly.
Yeah.
But what about the argument
You should be able to fire people, actually. Actually, if your employee's not doing a good job, you should be able to fire him.
that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from the self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah,
I love how, like, none of these leftists are like, it's actually just morally bad to steal. And they're all already on board with, actually, we should just rob rich people and businesses. Like, they're fully on board with that. They're like, but what about, wouldn't that make it harder for other people?
Chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look, I'm in favor.
The third worlder mindset. Just let everyone steal from everyone.
In favor of fast and free buses and also government-owned storefront.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as fast and free buses. In fact, there's no such thing as free buses because someone's paying for it, and it's just you, the taxpayer. Not the shit-tard immigrant retard who doesn't want to get a living, doesn't want to work for his job. That guy, the 67 IQ Somalian, is not paying for it. He's not paying taxes. Don't worry, he's not paying for the buses, but you are. Understand, this is just the rape of your country.
And two of those policies, the mayor of this beautiful city is currently working on.
Would you encourage stealing in the same way from a Mamdani-run city-owned grocery store with
No.
lower prices? And why?
No, he is against stealing from the state-owned grocery stores. But the personal-owned grocery stores, that he is against.
I would not.
Don't steal from the government, but definitely steal from your neighbor.
Because I feel like that's taxpayer funded, and the
What the fuck is the difference? What are we even doing here?
prices are this union labor, and the prices are also adjusted.
God, I love how immoral he is. He can't even like maintain some sort of consistency.
I think that hypothetical is interesting, right? Because if you look at it from a categorical imperative type thing, what if everybody did this? The converse is like, oh, what if every major grocery chain stole from workers and consumers, and that is basically true, right? Like, it's interesting.
No, it's not. You don't have to buy their shit, all right? They don't steal from you. You don't have to buy, oh, but they raised the prices. Yeah, and so don't buy from them. Buy from someone else.
Like, I think it speaks to the thing where a kind of harm committed by the individual strangely continually draws more
I love how none of them think it's actually immoral to steal. None of them.
ire than the same.
This is your socialist mind, by the way. And that's what I told you before. When I say that leftists are unethical psychopaths, I actually do mean all of them. Now, a lot of people are like, Doug, you're generalizing. The leftist policies are literally Satan's wish list. All right? Understand. I think they are actual unethical psychopaths. All of them. Everyone pushing leftist policy, but maybe they're just retarded and they didn't think it through. But they are actually just doing Satan's work for him.
Same harm being committed by a structure. And so, I kind of am inclined towards this. It's like, everyone try it, see what happens.
Well, I think that you should go to jail for a very long time. I think that you should become a slave. I think anyone that robs someone should become a slave to pay up their debt. Double whatever they stole. That's my thing. They have a very different perspective they do. They think they steal whatever you want. I think that you steal, you become the slave of whoever you stole from. Or of the state. until you actually pay back double the value of what you stole. And a lot of stealing would stop immediately if that happens.
By the way, ironically enough, I don't personally do it. I never do it. When I was younger, I stole some Pokemon cards from a friend, and my father punished me, and it was such a harrowing experience that I literally can't even steal.
Man, dads, they saved the world. And here we have a dadless society of immoral shitlibs.
Like a candy bar. When we were in college, a lot of my friends used to love doing that. Getting drunk, going to the gas station, 5-finger discount. I would never participate in it, and I still can't to this day participate in it. I'm just saying that I personally don't really care if some
Base dad, right? Look at that. Look how crazy it is. Even a cockroach father like Hassan's still disciplined him, and it worked.
needs the food.
Yeah, needs the food. That's why I steal underwear from Target, right? And New York Times platforms far-left radical Hassan Piker to promote theft. Look how insane that is, bro. And I love how he's just pro-theft, and no actual civil society could exist. And I think, especially in the West, which is based off biblical values, he is an actual enemy of our country. All right. Now, New York. This is even crazier. In this New York Times interview, he also praises Luigi Mangione for murdering an innocent man in cold blood.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder, and Brian Thompson as
That's the healthcare CEO.
the United Healthcare CEO
By the way, I think he was a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. But that doesn't mean I support terrorism, which means just going out there and killing him in broad daylight.
was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. The
Yeah. So put him in jail.
systematized
So let the government actually arrest him or something. I don't know. Figure this out.
forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country.
This is him advocating for murdering any politician and any person that works in the government.
I made jambalaya.
Any healthcare professional. He is advocating for the murder of
Spicy
all.
jambalaya.
I don't know if you're aware, because in his mind, that is.
Dude, I can't find this
social
chest
murder,
anywhere.
right? Everyone in a capitalist government that makes you basically pay to go to the hospital. All right, every single one of those people is guilty of social murder, according to Hassan Piker. In this interview, he's advocating for the murder of anyone whose political ideology differs from his own.
And the consequences of that are tremendous amounts
Holy
of pain,
fuck.
tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because America's very draconian about crime and punishment.
Not even nearly draconian enough.
They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American.
By the way, the private healthcare system is actually great. Obviously, it needs a lot of help. Obviously, I really hate how these healthcare CEOs keep rejecting claims and shit, and it's evil, and they should go to jail for it. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's great that we have private health in the United States. Otherwise, we become a shithole like Canada or England, where you have to wait 8 months for an appointment to cut your cancer out.
I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
It's like, yo, I saw a lot of terrorists supporting the murder of a guy that I don't know. So, just him supporting murder. Murder of people that he doesn't like. Because, well, that guy, arbitrarily, according to me personally, judge, jury, executioner, according to me, that guy was bad. So therefore, actually murdering him is good. All right? And now, this is the only correct response, by the way. If someone kills Hassan Piker, I won't support it, but I'll understand it. Because Piker is guilty of stochastic terrorism. Agreed, by the way. Yeah, that's exactly where we're up to right now. A lot of these retards are like, oh no, how could you say something like that? Even Hassan Piker crash out. Israel lover wants another Israel critic murdered. I didn't say I want Hassan Piker killed, but I'll understand. I'll understand it very well, because I think Hassan Piker is partaking in social murder. You know, when he advocates for the murder of people that he doesn't like all the time, like he just did now in this clip. And I love how he just doesn't understand the context. He doesn't even understand what's being discussed here whatsoever. You know, everyone's immediately an Israel lover. It's crazy. Like, this guy says, it doesn't matter if someone fucking kills Hassan. It doesn't change the dynamic for me one bit. The Jewish resistance is not perfect. Oh my God. You know, in response to this. And the craziest part is that's what Hassan Piker just said.
Because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the
The pervasive pain that Hassan Piker, a terror supporter, has done for so many people, it just makes me totally understand why someone would kill him now. Again, I'm not advocating for any of this. I don't support this line of thought. But according to Hassan Piker's own political beliefs, he should be able to totally wrap his mind around the fact that someone would just go out there and murder him in the street because they don't like his political opinions. And it's so wild to me how just upfront he is with it. It's crazy. Now, the funny thing is, social murder is why 100 million people were killed by communists like Mao and Stalin, which he supports, by the way. He actually supports these people. When you listen to Hassan Piker speak, it becomes very obvious why Lenin and Stalin killed so many people. He appoints himself judge, jury, executioner. Anyone who ideologically opposes him is guilty of vague crimes like social murder and therefore could be executed in public. And it's so obvious this is what he's advocating for. This anti-American dipshit, social murder. Piker's worth 12 million. He's not. He's worth like 50 million. And reportedly makes at least 1 million a year. He makes way more than that. I make like closer to 1 million a year. There's no way he only makes $1 million a year. He lives in a $2.47 million house. He has a mansion. He has a Porsche. You know, get out of here, bro. Absolute insanity. GiveWell estimated it costs $5K to save a life via charity. So Piker, by keeping his money, by his own logic, is socially murdering 200 people a year. What a monster. I would totally understand. I wouldn't support if someone would go and execute him in the street.
How often
totally understand. Oh my god, what an absolute fucking crazy.
Captain.
This guy will say bank robbery is cool and then cry online about the U.S. seizing oil tankers because he supports the Islamic terrorists. This guy is the most anti-American filth I've ever seen in my life. I've been calling it out so long before the mainstream caught up to me. If you want to be 1 year ahead of whatever's going on in the world, you should definitely be subscribing to me. Because all my enemies become the public's enemies just a year later. I sniff these retards out real early. Bro. Oh my god, the United States captured an Iranian oil tanker? No! Anyway, you should kill random people you don't like in public and steal from grocery stores. Oh my god. Hassan Piker is awful. Ought to be imprisoned or deported, says Michael Knowles. But he is a hypocrite when he defends theft at the Louvre but not his local library. He expresses a consistent principle, namely harming those he hates and helping those he loves. Wow. He's not a hypocrite because he supports killing people he doesn't like, but he doesn't support killing people that he does like Islamic terrorists, for example. Now, the funniest thing is, the way the New York Times framed it is the rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? Motherfucker, you are the rich. Your parents are billionaires. Your dad is a billionaire from Turkey. Your mom owns buildings and is a massive landlord. Okay? You are the rich. You're making $10 million a year easily. All right? What are we even talking about? Oh my God. You had private ponies. You have a mansion and live in maids. You have a designer dog that you electrocute daily, and you have a Porsche that's worth like $300,000. You are the rich. Oh my God. Now, Fox News ended up calling him out, and dude, I love this, bro.
This is an atrocious judgment, and I was glad to see many Democrats going online saying, we don't want this guy as the symbol of our party.
That's the best part.
I'm sorry, I look at this guy and it's like the made him percolate up outside of his own empty fact he was abusing his dog.
No,
I get it, yeah. I get the sense you're not a fan.
To speak any moment now at the
Bro, absolute cinema. Look, man, you can advocate for political prosperity and social housing forever, but you torture one dog and you are a dog torturer. All right, man, no one cares anymore. That is your legacy, Hassan. All right, bro's out there supporting Islamic violence every single day, but you torture one dog, and that's your legacy. And everyone's waking up to this. The Washington Post, all right, leftoids extraordinaire. Dabbling in extremism isn't merely wrong, it's unforced error. The latest from this guy, the founder of Democrats. All right, Hassan Piker is political poison for Democrats. Oh my God, everyone's eating this guy. It's amazing. Democrat wins media. Hassan Piker should have no safe refuge in the Democratic Party. The sooner we make that clear, the sooner we Democrats will get back to winning tough elections. Bro, like, it's so rough if you're a leftist these days. You're funding KKK violence so that you can make believe you're fighting against racism, and then the face of your party is a dog-shocking, terror-supporting dipshit that's pro-theft and pro-vigilante justice against people you don't like. Right? This is a leftist, by the way. He even has the little red box of supporting the Intifada. All right, the red triangle. They astroturfed Hassan so hard, it's kind of inhumane. Now he just walks around accidentally calling for terrorism. Torturing his dog on camera. Committing all sorts of cartoonish.
Oh, God damn it.
Fucking stupid when you're reading now. Dude, it's so awesome watching this happen. XQC, he's a centrist. He's not a right-wing guy, he's a centrist. He's like, what the fuck is happening?
The concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as
Pricks.
the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. The the for-profit pay-one consequences of that are.
I mean, chat, guys. I'm one of the people for the chat. But let me tell you something. This is a dialogue. This is literally terrorist 101 dialogue.
Yep. It takes everyone a year to catch up to me. All I'm like, maybe the guy that's radically pro every Islamic terror organization on the planet actually doesn't have America's best interest in mind. Here you have Destiny, all right, libtard extraordinaire, he's losing his mind that the face of his party is a terrorist.
With young people today, like, it's one thing if you like can't afford food or something, but when it's all these like decently wealthy yuppies that are like, it's like their form of protest. Like, I'm gonna shoplift? Why?
I do.
I also do. Well,
I am so benevolent. I share Netflix passwords. You have liberals like Destiny losing their mind. This is my party now. My party just exists as like this immoral fucking orgy of retards and thieves and terrorists. Oh my god, it's so fucking awesome. It's so good. Asmongold obviously gets a good reaction out of it. Dude, this is a killer. This is like a killer blow to the entire movement. Oh my god. Now, just to understand where this leads, urgent terror attack on Jews stopped from North Carolina. Davidson County sheriffs arrested 18-year-old Angelina Hicks, probably a Hassan Piker supporter, from Lexington, North Carolina. She's accused of plotting a mass casualty attack targeting Jews at Houston Synagogue. Kill as many Jews as possible. Quote. All right, authorities say threat has been imminent. There may have been others involved. And they actually caught her. All right, and you know that these are the leftist, immoral dipshits that believe in social murder. Oh, the Jews? They must support Israel. Israel's killing terrorists, and man, I really fucking hate that. So obviously we have to kill Jews now. All right, like, and this is the
fucker
of Hassan Piker. Talking about social murder and making up your own little gay, antithetical, immoral universe as you go along. Actually, stealing is good because the companies don't pay people as much as I want them to. Actually, murdering the healthcare CEO is good because he's a social murderer. And the crazy part is, not only is he a complete dipshit whose entire world is shredded, but like you see exactly what comes from this. You keep seeing it again and again and again. This was today, by the way. It's everywhere. And the crazy thing is, like, you look at something like this, going to kill as many Jews as possible, Angelina Hicks, all right? She's not a Muslim, okay, whose ideology is like, I don't know, kill the infidel or whatever. She's not a white supremacist, obviously, all right? So you understand exactly where this mind poisoning comes from. It comes from the social conditioning of leftoid, immoral dipshits like Hassan Piker that are constantly talking about how actually, yes, you should just be killing people you don't like because their existence is a stain on the world. It's so obvious where this is heading. It's so obvious that it's shredding the Democratic Party entirely. It's so obvious why the foreigner left Democrats that are pro-socialism because they want to take money from people and earn it and give it to foreigners, like those guys love Hassan because they're third worldist dipshits that hate our country. And the liberals that are actually trying to win elections based on like old school liberal values, they're fucking losing their mind.
I'm gonna log out for a bit.
Terrorism at this point. So man, I love.
I'll be back on in a few hours, playing a different game. I don't know you what